Alright, so today we build an e-commerce store. We all know that an e-commerce store is basically just like any store but online, and you can perform your transactions and still receive your products, right? We are basically going to be building this project, both front-end and back-end, joining them together, making a full stack. But at the moment, we are going to work on the Node.js backend first. Let's dive right into it. Let us first of all begin by dragging this folder right here into this project, creating a new project for us. Now that we have that set up, we are going to create two folders. We are going to have our server folder, and then we are going to have our client folder. Having our server and our client folder separately helps us divide the applications into two, which also helps us organize our JavaScript code in such a way that we can work interchangeably between these two sections or these two parts of the app. Inside, we are going to get into the server folder so we can start our server in there. So we do that by typing cd server, and then we get into it. Then we initialize our Node.js app, that is our packet.json. So you're going to say npm init y npm init y gives us a packet.json, which should be found inside our server.js. Okay, so as you can see, it is shown right here. I'm going to change this to server.js and create a text. This is actually a personal preference. I just decided to change it. It doesn't make any difference whether it is server.js or index.js. I decided to make that difference. So now that we have this in place, I'm going to create my main server file, which I'm going to do by writing touch server.js. Then we have our server file being created. Now that we have our server file being created, we want to install certain packages, right? These packages are what are the things that are going to help us write our Node.js backend and bring everything together, just so we can work with our front end. But we are not going to install all of these projects immediately. We are going to install the ones that we need at the moment. then as we keep going forward and moving on, we add in the rest as we go. So I'm going to write npm i express. Express is basically our Node.js framework. It is going to help us write it is going to help us easily write our REST APIs for our server. And then we have mongoose. Mongoose is also another package that helps us write or build our data documents in such a way that we can, since we are using a non-relational database with a document-based database, we are going to use mongoose to help us write out the structure that we are going to have to be using to perform REST API manipulations between our project or our server and mongodb. Then we have .env. .env is basically a package that helps us hide our secret keys or API keys, especially when we have to integrate the use of payments platforms. We are going to be given special API keys that is going to help us perform our actions efficiently, and also other secret keys like our JWT keys, which is going to help us handle authentication in the future. and a whole bunch of other packages. So now that we have the env there, we are going to add the last one at the moment, which is what? Nodemon. What does Nodemon do? Nodemon helps us start our server and listen for changes in the server without restarting the server. Then now that we have these 4 down, we can just hit enter and then watch them install. I'm going to skip the installation part of the video since it takes some time to get completed. Alright, now that we have our Node.js project set up, we have our server.js in here, we have the packages installed inside the package.json. Now it's time for us to actually initialize the server and get it running on a certain port. So in order for us to do that, we need to get Express package. We need to get the Express package, right? So we could do that by writing const Express should be required. It should be required from what? Express, right? Now that we have Express, we're going to put Express in an app. So we're going to say const app should be Express, then we initialize it. Now that we have our Express app initialized, we can now listen for the app. We can now listen for the server on a certain port. So app.listen, then we have port, I'd say port 5000. Then port 5000. Then we create a function that allows us to know whether our server is running or not. So we have our function as the next argument, and then we're going to say log control log server is running. Now that we have this, we can start our Node.js server. But before we do any of that, I just want you to cast your mind back where we had to install Nodemon, and I said Nodemon helps us run our project in such a way that we wouldn't have to rerun it anytime we make any changes, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run the project with Node, right? So I am going to run my project with Node first, so that you see the differences between using Nodemon and using Node to run your server. So let me just say node server.js. Then as you can see, we have server is running, but when we make any changes here, we do not see it being changed unless we close this and then we run again, say node server.js, before we see the new change, right? Then let's see what happens when we use Nodemon. So we're going to say Nodemon server.js. Nodemon command not found, right? So what are we going to do about it? We're going to go into our packet.json. We have our Nodemon package here. So what we'll do is we'll add our script. So we can come here and change this to start, and then we're going to change this to Nodemon, and then our main file, which is server.js. Then we're going to run this npm start script, right? So npm start, then we should have our server running what the server is running, right? Now that we have this in place, we would want to connect to our database, right? Now, for us to connect to a database, we will just have to import mongoose. We will have to import the mongoose package and just connect using our connection strings, right? But like I said before in one of my previous videos, trying to organize the JavaScript code, making sure that everything is efficient, I wouldn't want to connect to my database in my entry file. I would want to create a separate folder and a separate file to connect to my database, so that it helps me handle database connection issues inside just that modular folder, just that modular file. Okay, so before we connect to our database, I would want us to go to mongodb.com and then change some things to help you understand certain things and how certain things run over there, and then we'd see how we'd connect that using our VS Code. We are here now in MongoDB. Now we need to understand a few things. We need to make sure that we keep these things in our minds whenever we enter MongoDB to try to connect our database to our software in VS Code, basically. Now we need to make sure that we take a look at our database access and our network access. Now obviously, before you can get this, if you're new to MongoDB, you're going to have to create a new cluster. After you're done creating a new cluster, a free cluster, basically, you get to see a view like this, and then you would have to look at your database access, and then your network access, right? So we're going to go into the network access first, since at the bottom. Now the network access is basically a part where you can add IP addresses that can get access to your database, or IP addresses that you are going to have to be in before you can be able to use your database, right? Now, since this is a free project, we are not actually deploying onto the web or anything like that, we can just put in 0.0.0.0. that means it can be accessed from every point in time, right? Every part, every location, right? Anybody in any location can access this database as long as they have the database key, right? So I'm going to confirm, and then we have this. It's already active, right? So no need for it to add another one to it. Then we can go to our database access. Our database access is, it's like you creating a user that can be used to log into the connection string. Now, where from this connection string, if I go into the database right now, and then then I click on connect, I go to the database and I click on connect, and then I come and say MongoDB for VS Code. You can see here that I have my username here, and then they're asking for password, right? In a situation like this, what you want to do is you want to come to your database access and create a new database. So now here you're going to have your username. So I could say YouTube. I can say YouTube and let the password be YouTube. Right, and then I could come to this site and add in a row, right? So I can add a row and say that this row can be read and write any database, and then I can just add the user. So if I say read and write any database, that means anybody that puts in this information into the connection string, user YouTube, password YouTube, should be able to manipulate the database from VS Code, right? So we are going to use this details that we put in there, right? The YouTube password and YouTube username. We're going to use that inside our connection string. So let's go back to database and then click on connect. Then we have MongoDB for VS Code, that we can take this connection string, right, and then we can use it inside our project now. We're in VS Code now, and I think it's time for us to connect to a database. So inside our server.js, you would want to create a new folder, and then we name that folder db connect. Alright, so a new folder, and then we name that db connect or anything, but it just has to be connect to your db or something, around that idea. And then we are going to create a file called db connection, or db connection.js. And then inside db connection.js, we are going to import the mongoose package. So const mongoose, then we're going to require mongoose from mongoose. So mongoose. Now that we have mongoose, we're going to create a function that would help us connect to our database. So we're going to say const db connect. db connect is going to be an arrow function that takes in no arguments, and then we're going to create a try catch block. Some people decide to use promises. I don't have any problem with promises. You can use promises if you want, but I would use a try catch block in my case. So we're going to say mongoose that we have here dot connect, and then when we are so basically this is going to be an async function, right? And then we are going to await mongoose dot connect, and then we pass in the connection string that we were able to copy. The connection string the connection string we were able to copy. So I think I copied it already, so let me just paste it. And then since we have a username to be YouTube and our password to being YouTube, we can now send out a message saying that, in case it is successful, we can send out a message saying database has been connected successfully. Some people just write database connected. So yes, we have this. Now we can't just leave this like that. We would have to come here and export. So module dot export, then we export db connect, right? Then when we get into our server.js, we can import this. We can import this db connect. There are two ways we can import it. We can actually import it by typing and then getting its path, and then the second way is, since it's an exported function and we are using VS Code, we basically just have to come and db connect, right? And then it imports it automatically, and then we just initialize it, and then that should help us connect successfully to our database. So anything that we do, any action that we try to perform on our database would be reflected in the database. We can actually manipulate data to and from the database now. Okay, now even though we can now connect to a database and now manipulate data, right, our REST API and stuff, if we would remember clearly, we talked about .env at the beginning. This is a very good time to use .env. Now, as you can see, this connection string is something that is very important and then shouldn't be left out laying around like that. So instead of putting our value in here straight like this, we would rather want to put it in a .env file, just so that we can protect it from being accessed in any way possible. This increases the security risks. So it reduces the security risk actually. So what we need to do is inside our server folder, we're going to create a new file and say .env, and then we're going to say db url, db url. And then inside this db url, we can just keep this. Can keep this URL, copy inside here, just put it inside here. Right, now that we have it in here, all we need to do is replace this. You can replace this with process.env obviously, right? But we don't just put process in. Okay, so let's just replace process.env and then with the name that we had in there, which was db url, right? But it wouldn't work because we've not used our .env file or .env package. So we're going to say const, we're going to require it, so we're going to say const .env, const.env. we are going to require this. We're going to require this from .env, and then we are going to initialize it. So .env.config .config, then now we should be able to connect to our database successfully. Alright, when we come into our server, some people decide to put the port also inside .env and then create sort of a conditional statement in there. So we could do that too by going into our env and then writing port, and then we can just put in 4000, and then so 4000, right? We could so instead of writing 4000 here, we would rather use process.env port, right? And then we can say if we don't have that port to be available, we would run it on port 5000, right? But how are we sure that it's running on the port inside our env file? One way we can check is to actually use the string concatenation method. So I'm going to use the backtext here. And I'll say server is running on, then we have this, so we would say process.env.port or 5000. So if process.env is available, print that out, but if it's not, then give us 5000, right? So if I clean this, and I try again, I should get 5000 obviously. So yes, okay, now we are done with setting up our server and connecting to our database. So now we have our server running and we've been able to connect to the database. We need to find a way of connecting our various functionalities and our models, basically everything that we have in our backend. we need to be able to connect them to just one single source that is going to allow us to use these functionalities efficiently. Now, one way to do that, or in fact the only way to do that, is to use your routes. Your routes are the things that combine together with your hosted domains to become the API endpoints that we hear all the time. So we need to understand the concepts of routes in general, right? So knowing this, I would want to create a simple home route here by typing app.get. Then I have my path here. Then I'm going to call my two parameters, which is my request and my response. And then I have this. Now I'm going to quickly explain something here. This app obviously is Express, and then this is my get method that I passed onto the Express app. It's available in the router package of Express, or in the router function of Express, right? But whenever we are doing something like this in our entry file, we just need app, and then we pass on the routing method, right, which in this case is get, and then we have our path there as our first argument, and then the second argument is the function. We take our request and then the response. The request here is basically taking something out of the client's actions, and then the response is what we are sending back to the client after the client has asked for something, right? So there are a bunch of things, right? We can log request.body. So as you can see, if I do request we can see a whole bunch of things, right? But most of the time you'll be using request.body or request.params, yeah, most of the time, right? So let's not worry much, and let me just show you a quick example or a quick use case of using app.get, or using your get routes, or using a route in general, right? So we have this home, and then I'm going to send a response to the user saying that the backend works. Anytime the user goes to localhost 4000, right, we would receive that response. So I'm going to say rest.send, then my backend works, right? So anytime I go into any of my browsers so it's already here. So yeah, as you can see, my backend works. It works perfectly fine. We'll be going to create models and their own routes and services and controllers, just so we can write the functionalities for our e-commerce store. But for now, I would want to just create a sample user route just to explain how this whole modular functionality of using routes in our projects would work in our favor, right? So I'm just going to come into the server folder, and then I would create a route. I'll create like a route folder here, and then inside my route folder, people have different ways of creating their routes, right? I mean, I could have one root route file like routes.js, and then I would just call my const router, right? And then I would say that we are getting the router from require express dot router, right? require express.router, and then now that we have our router here, we would want to say something like we would want to create like a base URL type thing. So I'm going to say const base URL, or just base or something. Yeah, so base would be a string that says API v1. Then after calling our API v1, we can basically export. We can do a module.export for our router, and then we can come into our server.js. And then use app.use, right? So app.use should use this path and then routes. But where are we getting this routes from? We're going to get this routes from this route. So I could like import it type thing. So I can import routes here, and then I would require the routes from a path. Now which path? I can import it from the routes folder, and then I import this routes.js, right? So basically what we are doing here is, under normal circumstances, if we do not use a base routes file, so what is one use case we can use here? Basically, one use case that we can apply here is we can say that router.use, right? Then instead of writing our path here, we can actually just use our backticks, right? Just to concatenate this base, because obviously most of the time you see people writing their routes like local hosts. Let me put in the full thing. So HTTP local host, then you have 4000 in our case, then you have API v1, then you have some like users, create users, for example. So it's, yeah, usually people would have this constant API v1 running through, they'll like have this occurring, but like maybe we want to change this to products. Yes, if you get what I'm trying to say. So in a situation like this, we wouldn't want to keep writing API v1. So a more efficient way of doing this is to just store it in a base, or just store it in a variable basically, and then you just pass it through. So we would have something like this base, right? We would have something like base, and then the base is going to be concatenated with the routes of, let's say, a user. So I'm going to say users, and then which routes is this using? So I'm going to use the user route. So in case I have created a user route, of which let's create a user route here. Let's create a user route here real quick. So I'm going to, inside the same routes folder, I'm going to say user.routes.js, right? So inside my user.route.js, I'm going to say something like, so I'm going to basically require Express. Sorry, I'm going to require the router from Express. So I'm going to say express.router. No, sorry. I'm going to require Express first. Yeah, I'm going to require Express, and then .router, right? And then no, I'm supposed to initialize this. So after getting this part, I'm going to export my router, right? Module.export, then my router, right? So I have this exported. I could just import it here, right? So I could say const user routes to be equal to require, let's require from this path user.route.js. right? Now that we have got user.route.js, we can now use it here, right? So basically any routes that we have in here, so I could basically create a simple route here saying router.get router.get, and I can set the path to create user. So yeah, I mean, for you to get you, okay, let me just do a get user so it makes more sense. So I'm going to say get user, then I'm going to use my request and then my response, then so my request and my response, and I'm going to say, so I'm going to say user has been gotten. Alright, so we have this, right? Basically what is going on here is we are already using all the routes here, right? We are using them in our base routes file here, and then we are obviously passing API v1 localhost users then user routes, right? So in our case, if we want to use this API endpoint anywhere in our front end or something, we would, in our case, let me clean this up so no one gets confused. In our case, we would call something like API, so we would call something like HTTP localhost 4000 API v1 users, then here we'll just use get user. I think we did user, right? I think we did user. Okay, so get users. Let me change this to users. So if we go to that route that I mentioned, here, we should be able to get the same response that we sent, right? So I'm basically going to go into this part of my desktop, and then I'm going to paste this. Okay, right, so if I, because of this, let me just take that out. Right, okay, cannot get, let me change something here. It obviously means something is wrong. So API v1 users get users, let me change something here. Okay, so this is users and get users. Okay, this is 4000. Okay, I'm going to have to apply this. Okay, so when we come here, so yes, user has been gotten. So we obviously realize how easy this is, how the trend works. It's basically you creating your route here and using it here, but not just using it here through this section. Now, just in case you do not understand how this method works, this is a much more or a better or a scalable way of using your routes in your project, right? But another way someone would use his or her routes basically is not to use this routes file here, but rather, so say the person has created this route, right? The person would just come straight into server.js, and then the person would, so let me not delete this, let me just comment this out. Then the person would say that app.use right? App.use, and then the person is just going to call the path. So say the person is going to use something like API v1 and then say users. Now if I'm using the users that I used here, right, I'm obviously going to make my second argument be the user full that the user route, user routes, right? But we've not imported the user routes yet, so I'm just going to const import user routes require the user routes. Okay, so I think so require the user routes from here, right? Then if we go back into our browser here and then we refresh, we should be getting the same response, right? So obviously we are getting the same response after refreshing. So you can see that this is also another way it can work. My only difference is that this is a much more scalable way. That is, because if you could have projects where the routes are so many, right? Let me do a quick. So over here for instance, like you could have multiple of these routes here. We could have multiple of these routes. So you could have multiple of these routes here, right? And you see, so instead of having these routes in their separate route file that is going to help you manage them, more efficiently, I'm cutting this and then I'm dropping it here. I'm dropping it inside the server.js here, and then you should see that now it makes the project more, how do I call it? Let me just take this out real quick. Now I'm trying to increase the screen. I want to increase the screen here, so you can see that we now have more multiple lines of code. If I undo this, we have 37, but if I add it up, we now have 58, and it's just going to flood your entry file with a bunch of routes, just keeping you confused and stuff, not knowing where to find things and debug them, right? So a much more scalable way is the one that I introduced before. Yeah, so basically this one that I introduced, right, taking this out and basically using just one root file for routes, like you can basically handle hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of routes without any problem, because you know that this is where you're keeping all your routes, right? It doesn't get mixed up. So basically that's a scalable concept of using or handling routes in your project. How to use models. I feel like this is a very essential topic because full stack development in general has to be seen in a certain perspective, that if you don't get to see or realize that perspective, one stage you could sit down for hours and get stuck is creating your data models, because you'll be sitting down planning. So how do we solve that? We're going to solve that by basically getting to know or getting to get an idea of how to look at data models in the first place. All right, so data models. Before we talk about data models, I would want to open a much bigger view of how you should see things, right? So we have front end and back end, and at the end of the day, you want to be able to connect your front end and your back end, but you want to ask yourself, why do we even have the front end? Why do we even have the back end anyways? Can't they just be the same thing? Right now, here's what you want to be thinking about. The back end is there to display, is there to release data in a certain kind of way, depending on how you configure it to be released, right? But you can't release data you don't have. That is why we have a database to store that data before releasing it in the kind of way that we configure it to be released. And then the front end is there to create an interface whereby this data that has been released can display, so that the users who have problems and wants that problems to be solved can be able to use the data that has been generated by the backend in a more user-friendly way, or in a more easy way to solve their own problems. Now that we know this, we want to keep in our heads or in our minds that the main aim of the database is to be able to store data in such a way that we can display on the front end, right? Now that we know this, we need to, whenever we are creating our databases, we don't have to think too much. We just have to think, how can I store it in such a way that will be very easy for me to display this data on the front end, right? Now that we know this, we are going to just dive straight into building our data models for the various types of data sets that we are going to be releasing. So since it's an e-commerce store, we're going to have 4 data models mainly, depending on the type of project you're building. If in the future you start building projects with more complexity and you want to add more things to it, you can add them. But this is a common e-commerce store type thing, so because it's like that, we would mainly tackle just 4 data models, right? And they are the products, the users, the cart, and the cart, and also the order. So users have to place an order in general. Yes, so let us dive straight into it. Basically, we have this server file and server folder, and then we're going to create a models folder to models, and then inside the models we want to have cart.model.js. We have user.model.js. Then we have products, so product.model.js. Then we have order.model.js. Alright, now let's create our models. Let's create our schemas. So we basically want to import mongoose. So we're going to import mongoose by requiring it from mongoose. Then we can const and then import our schema object constructor from our mongoose model. Then we can now create a model for the user. So we can say user model should be equal to new schema. New schema is going to be an object. So for the user, we want to keep in mind that the user is basically going to want to have a username in general. So we want to say that a username object. So the user is going to have a username field, right? So we're going to store, so I'm basically saying we want to store the user's username inside the username field. But how do we want to store it? What type of data do we want to store it in? We want to obviously store it as a string, right? So I want to set the type to string. Then we also want to make sure that it is required for the user to, so I'll say required. Without the username, we can't be able to create a user. That is what required being true states. Then we want to say that we want this username to be unique for every user, so that we wouldn't have to be getting different usernames. We wouldn't have to have multiple users using the same usernames. It makes it easy for us to query people out of the database, or query documents out of the database using usernames, not just only IDs. So we set it to unique, and that is true. Now that we have this, we would want to add one more property or one more field. So obviously, or most of the time, not obviously, but most of the time in applications, you realize that users have emails. So email field, we store the emails inside the email field. And how do we store them? We store them as strings, right? So I want to set this to string, and then we want to make sure that these emails are required. So we want to say required is what? True. So we want to say it's required, and obviously the email needs to be unique. So we want to say unique is what? True. Now that we have the email, we want to add the password, because in order for you to create a user, you need to be able to store the passwords also. So we have the password field, which is going to store the password for each and every single user that is going to be created inside our database. So we're storing the passwords as what? Strings, obviously. Then we want to make sure that the passwords are also required. You can't create a user without adding a password, obviously. So we have true for that. And then one more thing is we want to add a property to a user. We want to see if the user is an admin or not. So we'll say is admin, and then we're going to set that to, how are we going to store this value? Usually when we see s and a name or something, most of the time it's a boolean, or it's not like that's what it's supposed to be. But when it comes to storing this type of data, as in whether something is something or it's not something, you usually want to use, or you usually want to store that type of data as a boolean. So we have this type being boolean, and then we want to set the default. That is, if we create a user without passing in a boolean property to try to store the boolean value of the user, we would set the default of that value to be false. So if we create a user without adding the boolean value to it, or without creating a field for us to add the boolean value, we would automatically set it to false. So we would store so basically I'm saying that every newly created user in the database is not going to be an admin until we perform some push requests to make such changes. I would get into that section when it comes to the requests and how requests and routes work in general. So we have the sysadmin working, and then what we want to add finally is timestamps, because you obviously want to keep track of the times users have been created and the times they've been updated and all these little things. We could use a property called, we could like create a property saying created at, then we'll use something like date dot now, use something like date dot now, but that is not necessary, right? That is not necessary. Mongoose already provides us a much simple way of performing such task by adding a timestamp to it. So we can add a timestamp, and then we can set that to true. So whenever we create a new user, you will be able to have the time that the user was created. I mean, not even just the time, but basically everything about the time, so that we can extract anything that we want to extract, whether it's an hour ago or you want to get the date, or so basically the time of manipulating the database, that is creating a user or updating the user or whatever you want to do. We would get the time that action was performed. Now that we have the user model created, we want to export it, obviously. So we'll say module dot export. When you say module dot export, then we want to say that mongoose dot model, then inside the first, it's going to take two arguments basically. Inside the first argument is basically going to be the name, or the name of the collection where you want to store this data, which is the user data, right? If we go to, let's go my first desktop, I'm going to, okay, so if we go to database here, I think I have to refresh this. Okay. So if we go into the database here, okay, it has to be loading up. If we go into the database and we browse collections, we would see, so here as you can see, we have this. Now the reason why I'm able to create data and get this name here is because in a previous project that I have worked with, when we get into the env file here, you can see that we have this extra extension at the end of the link, right? So because we know this, we can just create this extra section here saying so what name would we want to give to this? So we'd say e-commerce tutorial, e-commerce, or we'd say e-commerce MERN, right? E-commerce MERN. So whenever we store data, it's going to store it under the name of e-commerce learn. Let me send this over to this desktop. So it's going to store it as e-commerce learn, and then as you can see, food. So we have foods, we have restaurants, we have users, right? So the name that you're basically going to put in here, is what you're going to see over here, as in foods and here first, as in foods and restaurants and users, right? And the here first here has to do with the name you put at the end of this link. So in our user model, we obviously want to store the username as users, and then, or just user, and then we would say, okay, now that we are storing it under the collection name of user, what model are we storing under that collection? We are going to store the user model under that collection, obviously. So we'd say user model has been, so we have been able to set this properly. Now what we want to do now is create the other models for the rest. We want to create the other fields for the rest of our models, right? So we just copy this, so just so we don't suffer that much, and then we paste. So after we paste like that, we want to now put in the fields for our product, right? Now our product, the first part of our product is, so let's change the name here. We're going to make this, so we're going to make this product model. We're going to make this the product model, and then we are going to basically say that this part is going to be a title. You're going to have a title here, then the title obviously is going to be a type of string, is going to be required, and is going to be unique. Then we want to have the description, obviously. So for the description, or I think we should shorten it. We should just make it this. We should make it this, right? Then now that we have this shortening, we want to make sure that the type is also string, and then it's required. There is no need for your description to be unique, right? Then we don't need a password, so we're basically going to replace this section with image, because obviously your product obviously needs to have an image, right? And then we're going to set the type of the image to be string, since we are going to have to use a media storing provider like Cloudinary or something to store the image and convert it into a string that can be applied, or that can be, so when it converts it into a link, we can be able to store the image in the database and also retrieve it onto our front end to display as an image. And then, having that image field set, we want to add our category section. So we would set this to category, okay, or categories, because obviously the person might be trying to target multiple categories or something. Then we would set that to be an array, so an array of strings, right? An array of strings, we can set that like this. There are two ways of actually doing this. We could either do this as in set the type to be this string type of, so we can put in string and then put it inside the array notation, right? And then there's another way we can do this by just typing array. Either way it works. So after adding our categories, we want to go to the next one, that is going to be the size, and then we're going to add string. So basically we're going to say that the type is a string. We want to say that the size, right, the way we're going to be storing the size in that field is going to be a string. And then we are going to move on to the color. So just in case we are storing color, we want to store color also as a string. So color has a type of string. Then we have the price. Price also being a type string. Now that we have all these things working, and we already have our timestamp, so now that we have these working, we want to set the collection name to what? Product. And then we set that to what? The product model. Now that we've been able to work on the products, let's copy it and then drop it into the cart. Alright, now we've been able to drop our product model into the cart model. Right, we want to be able to create the fields for our cart model. The first thing we want to do is obviously change the name here to cart model. Then for the title, we want to make that user ID. Why would we want to make that user ID? Come on, every product that is going to be put in any cart is going to be put in the cart by a user that is trying to shop. So you'd want to pass in the user ID so that you can perform your queries in the future and get that particular user that dropped the item in the cart, which will also help you make your orders in the future. Alright, so I mean, there are a couple of ways we could handle this. We could just take this out and then that's it. We just move on to the next section. But other people also like to handle this in a different way, and that is setting the type to mongoose dot objects, mongoose dot objects, mongoose dot schema, dot types, mongoose dot schema dot types. Then we set that to the object ID. So we set that reference to the user model, and then we say that it's required. Then we say the requirement is true, right? This is one way we can do it, but I just prefer the other one that we did before, just setting it to the type string and true, because I mean, at the end of the day, you're still going to pass in the user ID from your local storage or somewhere, I mean on the front end. Now that we have the user ID, we want to work on the product section. So we want to create our product here, the product field, and then into the product, we're going to handle the product like it's an array, because obviously your cart or the product part of your cart is going to be an array, obviously, and the array is going to contain different objects that contains the product information on there, right? So let's create the first object, saying that the first field inside the first object, or the field inside the object, is going to have a product ID, and then the product ID is going to be a type of string, a type being string. Then we're going to have let me clear this section. We don't need this part, so I'm going to we don't need this part. Obviously. Then after having the product ID there, we want to set the quantity, right? We want to set the quantity of the product we are trying to make an order for. So I'm going to set the quantity to, I want to set that to a number. So we say that the type of the quantity is going to be a number. Obviously, set that to a number, and bring my comma here, set that to a number, and then we set the default of this quantity to 1, because at the end of the day it's just one product that you'll be trying to purchase, unless the user wants to manipulate it, and then that can be handled later on. So we'd say that default is going to be 1, obviously. Now that we know this, we would want to just come down here and then make our requisite changes. So this is the cart model, so I'll just set this to cart, and then I'll set this to the cart model. Obviously. So we have the cart model set up now. We want to move straight into the order. So I'll just copy this and move into the order model. And then the only thing that we are going to change here is that we're just going to add a few things here. So beneath this, right beneath this product, I'm going to say that I'm adding an amount. So I'm going to add the amount here, and then I'll set the amount to a type, or I'll set the amount to a type of number, and then I'll make it required, right? So let's set it to a type number, and then let's make sure it's required before we can create an order. Alright, we have that, and then we can move on to the status. So basically we can have two types of status, two types of products, or two types of orders. We have the orders that are pending, and then the orders that are completed. So we can basically get on here, and we can get on here and then set the status. We can set the status to, so we can just say it's a type string, obviously, and then we can say that by default we could say it's pending by default, because like the product is pending. So yeah, so it's pending. Or should we use in progress? I feel like everybody uses pending. Yeah, so I'll just say it's in progress, right? And then we could use completed later on. We could use completed, so when it's completed you would see completed. Okay, let's use pending. Obviously it makes it more simple to manipulate. So pending and completed, right? So yeah, now that we know this, let's just set back to pending. You can just set to just simple pending. Alright, so we just change these things. We have this cart model being order, and then we can just set this to order. I think I think we need to add one more field that is going to be address. Yeah, because obviously you're going to have to set your address for the product to be delivered to, right? So we want to say that the type of the address is going to be object, because the reason why we're setting this to object is because the person is going to basically passing a bunch of information, maybe address line 1, address line 2, state, zip code, these little things that we ask in the address, right? And then we want to make sure that it is required before we can create an order in the database. So true. Yes, and then I think that should be it for. Let me set this to the order model before we forget. Order model. Set this to the order model before we forget. So basically that's it. Everything with the summary of what we've learned is that your data models are basically objects. This is a non-relational database, so we create data based on document objects. So you have your username, and then the type, you can set the type to string, number, you can set it to string, number, you can set it to object, you could also set it to array. And I said that you can either set it to this array, or you can just set it to an array of strings, or you could also put in a boolean and set the default value. So you can say the default value of the boolean is true. And yeah, I mean, these are basically different ways you can store data in your database, right? So yes, and this is obviously, this part, the timestamps, is what is going to provide you with the time that the document was created and the time it was updated, so that in case you want to display any value or display any information based on time on a certain document or a certain data that you're displaying, you can easily do that by taking the timestamp property provided by the MongoDB. And then basically for this part, I said that this is the collection name that you're going to find around here, so it's going to store it under this collection name. So for user, you're going to see users here, and then for this, it's going to store just this model inside the user part or the user collection. Alright, we're moving on to authentication. That's most people's favorite part. I still don't know why, but it is, according to what I know. Now, authentication, as interesting as it may sound, is one of the most important part of your project. It is the part where, when something goes wrong, if your application is something that is an enterprise, or basically something that is used by a wide range of people, you might obviously get someone or some type of people trying to break through or access certain things they're not supposed to be allowed to access. Hence, your authentication should be one of the strongest things in your application. Now that we know this, I am basically going to give the basic idea of how authentication works and the basic implementation of it. But at the same time, by the end of this video, we should be able to also implement authentication in a more scalable way possible, or in the best way possible. So now that we know this too, I am basically going to start. Okay, so now we have our model. We have the user model, car model, order model, product model. We have everything working. We have our routes file, and we have the user routes. But in order for us to handle authentication, since it seems to be one of the most important parts of our application, we're going to have to create separate pods or a separate flow for authentication. Now, what do I mean by separate flow? Okay, authentication is basically going to have its own modules, right? But before we do anything on authentication, I just want to throw in or teach a simple way of handling it, just to favor the beginners. Then after that, we apply the knowledge of using it in a scalable way, right? So now we are going to come into routes, and then we are going to create auth.routes.js, right? auth.route.js, right? We have auth.route.js. Now what we are going to do is, as usual, we call our router by saying require express. Then we initialize the router out of express. Okay, now that we have this, we have to export it just so we don't forget. Okay, we have it now. We're going to create our first route, right? So we're going to say router.post. I mean, if you're creating a user, you're definitely trying to send a request into the database, so we are posting, right? So we post, and then the route or the endpoint for this post, I'll call it sign up. Yeah, I like register. Call it register. And then I would pass in my asynchronous function here. Okay, so whenever I visit this endpoint, this is the function that I want to perform. What do I want to perform, or what do I want to do? Whatever I want to do whenever I visit this endpoint, which is register, I'm going to do it here. Okay, remember, this is just a basic or simple implementation of creating a user. So I'm going to use a try catch block here, and then I am going to log my error first. I'm going to log my error. Okay, and then we now move into creating the user. We already have a user model here. We are going to need it for creating our user, so we're going to have to import it. So I'm going to say const user model, or const user should be equal to require, then we require the model, right? So we have, then we have user.model. Okay, I personally like to add the extensions. You can, yeah. So we have user here. Now, in order for us to create the user in order for us to create the user in the database, we could do a couple of things, right? So what we can do is we can create a variable and say something like new user is equal to, then we have a new keyword initializing a new user object, and then inside this user object we are going to take the fields in here. So username, email, password. For this, we are not going to set it because by default we already said it's false. Okay, I'm going to go back into my auth.route, and then I'm going to say that username field that we saw there is going to, that we are going to fill that username field with request.body.username. So whatever we pass into the body part, this part, whatever we pass into the body part. So as you can see, this is an example of a body. This is also okay, this is an old app I was working on, so this is also another example of the body, right? So whatever we pass into the body should be filled by the request.body.username, right? And then we should take the email section and then pass the request.body.email, right? And we can take the password section, the password, and then pass in request.body.password, right? And then once we have created the new user object, we need to be able to now save this new user object in the database. So what we're going to do is we're going to say await. We could just write new user. You could just write new user dot save, but it's not that it won't work, but it's just not efficient, right? Because at the end of the day, you're going to be communicating with two different applications, right? Two different origins. And one, you see, when we run this will just save like immediately, right? But what if the MongoDB website is not responding at the same speed as this? You realize that one tends to perform before the other, and it's a whole different case altogether. Some weird conflict goes on. So because we want to prevent anything like that, or any type of errors that we don't want to be stressing so many days on, we want to bring a wait, and then that says that whenever you run this function, you want to make sure that everything is in line or everything is ready before you perform this action, right? When we enter the register endpoint and we create a new user object, we want to make sure that both applications are ready to perform their actions before the user is saved. Hope you understood it. Okay, so basically going to test this, but before we do that, let's send a response to indicate that our endpoint actually works, right? So I'm going to say response dot status 200. Status 200 is basically saying that the function or the action that we tried to perform was successful. So status 200 JSON, and then we are going to say that it's going to have a message object that says what? User created successfully, of which you can use on the front end, and we can say data. So the data is going to involve the new user. Okay, we're going to involve the new user, obviously. So now that we have this, let us handle the response for this, the response for the error 2. So when it fails, we want to say that it has a status. We're sending a response that has a status of 500, and then JSON. Then we are going to say that it's going to send out a message we can use on the front end that says, a message you can use on the front end that says user creation failed. User creation failed, and then we can pass in an error saying error. Okay, right, now that we have this working, we want to make sure that we are using this endpoint in our main routes file, right? So I can just copy this and paste it here. I can turn this into auth, and then I can come here, copy and paste. Then I can just change this to auth routes, and then here I can make this auth, and then yes. So what is happening here is whenever we go to localhost 4000 API v1, we will go to auth also, and then we'll come to, and then over here we'll put in register, since that is what we used in our auth routes, right? So register, right? So what I'm going to do is, now we are going to have to test our endpoint to see if it works. But how do we test our endpoint? If you're a beginner, you're going to have to install a software called Postman or Insomnia, but I am using Postman, so I recommend you install Postman. That is going to make it a lot more easy for you to follow the tutorial in general. So this is Postman, and this is an old project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new collection, blank collection, and then I'm going to say that this collection should be called Ecommerce tutorial. Ecommerce tutorial. Okay, now before we start making, okay, let's add a request, right? Let's add a request. So now we have the request here. Let's name it. Let's not create a request first. Let's delete this, and then let's add a folder. Let's add a folder. So add a folder, then name that folder auth. Let's name that folder auth, and then inside the folder we can add a request. That should be can add a request. That should be a post request. That should be a post request like we said over here. And then we now have to come and write localhost 4000 No, we don't want to write localhost 4000 because at the end of the day we'll be having multiple requests like we have here, and then it's going to make you keep writing the same localhost 4000. So in order for us to fix such an issue, we are going to this, and then we'll come to variables, and then we create a new variable, say base URL, and then the initial value of the base URL can be HTTP. Wait, what? HTTP localhost 4000 API v1. Okay, then we can copy this over. Okay, so yes, we are basically done with our variable. Now how do we use it here? Inside here, let's save, so it turns into a post. Yeah, push request. Then over here, let's name this register user, or just register. It's cool. Okay, then we can bring this curly brackets, two curly braces, and then we have base URL. So if you hover over it, it should give you, okay, it's saying that we've not added it with it, which is weird. So what I'll do now is just add a new variable, and then I'll say that the value here is HTTP localhost. Okay, I think I know why. I think I should have saved. I think now this should give, okay, still no. So okay, yes, it now works. So what I did was I came and I saved, because that is very important, saving. So it's now there. So what we do is now we can see that we have localhost 4000 API v1, and there's no backlash here. So we just bring our own backlash, and then we have auth. So bring your backlash, then your auth, then your register endpoint here. Now we are going to go into the body, since we specified it over here, right? We are basically in the body, and we are going to change this from none to raw, and then it's already set to JSON, so no need. Then we are going to put in the username over here, and then we are going to put in, so let me say James. I'm not James, but I like name James, so yeah. So password is going to be I am James. Then I'm gonna say, okay, so I think email comes before the password, so let's change it here. So I'm going to say email. I'm going to set the email to James at gmail.com. Okay, now that we have James's account now that we have the values of the body inside their various objects, we can just press send, but we would get an error. Why would we get an error? Because we have not indicated in our root file or in application that we are receiving JSON files, or we are receiving files from the body in general, right? So what we have to do is we would go into let's test it first so that you see the type of error you'd get, right? If I register, right, I would get this user creation failed, and then the error is going to display here since I had console logged it, right? So it's saying cannot read properly username of undefined. That means that this username, or let me use this, that means this username or this username specifically, they don't know where they are getting it from. Basically, we don't know where we are getting it from, but we are saying that we are getting it from the body. But how do we make the application know that it's coming from the body? We come to the server.js, and this is very crucial. Do not write it under this. You do not write it, and you write it on top of this, because code reads from the top to bottom. So you want to tell the code that I have something called a body, and then I'm passing things through the body, and then after they pass through the body, come and pass through the routes and look for the right endpoints to execute the functions. Did you get me? So we would say app.use, then we say express.json. Some people tend to use other ones like body parser and the other ones, right? So we would want to take note of that. We have another one called body parser, just in case you want to know what body parser looks like. This is basically its name. So you're going to use npmi body parser and then you install, right? But I don't need it. Now that we've been able to add we've been able to make our recognitions over here, we want to go back to postman and then send. Now when we send, we would get the user information that we're looking for, right? Now this is it. Let us go into our database and see if we've been able to create a user successfully. So we're in the database now. I clicked on this section, database, and then I'm going to browse my collections. Okay, so it should be loaded in a second. Alright, so as you can see, we have our e-commerce MERN, and then inside the users, yeah, so we have James has been created successfully, and you can see James, right? But there's a little problem here. We can see that the password here is I am James, but just in case someone got access to my database and you know, wanted to find the passwords of certain users to go and sell on the dark web or something, the person will be able to get it easily. So what we want to do right now is we want to hash these passwords. Now, what are some of the packages that can help us hash the passwords here? One package that can help do that is bcrypt. Another is also crypto.js. So bcrypt.js and crypto.js, but I prefer bcrypt. I feel like it's, you know, a lot simpler to implement, although they seem to have the very similar methods of implementing them. I still prefer bcrypt. Okay, so so I'm going to you're going to first of all have to install bcrypt, obviously. So npm bcrypt, and then you can install bcrypt. I already have bcrypt installed, so while this is installing, we can basically go ahead and start importing bcrypt, right? So I have const bcrypt, so I'm going to say bcrypt is equal to require bcrypt. Okay, then we are going to in here we are going to create a variable called hashed password, and then we are going to say inside that hash password we're going to say bcrypt. We're going to say bcrypt dot hash sync. Yeah, some people use hash, but still it's the same thing. Hash sync, then request dot body dot password. Then we spread the salt with the value 10. Alright, then so what this is saying is take bcrypt and perform the hash sync algorithm on the value that I'm going to be passing into the password, which is coming from the body of the request. And then after you hash it, sort it with or add the salt value of 10. Okay, then when we get here, we are going to replace this with the hashed password. Okay, so I'm basically going to go in. I'm going to go back into the browser, and I would manually delete all these users that we have created here. Manually delete these users, and I'll go back to Postman, and I would pass in the same register endpoint and then and values, and then would see that this password wouldn't be I am James anymore. It would change to something more complex. So we are sending the request, and then we should see this much more complex password, right? But there's another problem. We don't want to review the password in any ways, in any means possible, because at the end of the day, the person or the front-end developer is going to call this, or is going to make a push request on the front end, and this value is going to come out. So we don't want to give any chance to anyone to access this password, right? So how do we fix this? We want to, instead of logging this out, right, we can come here and say let's deconstruct the object, this object, right? We're deconstructing this data object by saying, so const, then we have this destruction and destruction, and then we're going to take the password out. We're going to take the password out, and then after taking the password, we want to say info. Okay, so after taking the password, I want to say info, and then we want to equate it to this new user that we had here. So we'll say new user. Right, now that we have this, we want to now log out info. Okay, we want to log out info and leave the password, right? So how do I verify that this works? One way I can verify that this works is to go back to my Postman. I would go back to my Postman, and I'll change this to James Boy, and I'll change this to James Boy, or just James Boy together, right? So James Boys and James Boy. Then I'm going to create a new user, and then you should realize that we don't see the password getting out also. So I'm going to send. But you see, there's a problem here. As you can see, we are getting a whole new type of data out here, but what we want is just this is the only thing that we want, right? And then we can see that it's stored in this doc. So what we do here is we'll equate it to this dot, then doc, and then when we create a new user, say James boy girl, and we create a new user, we should just see James boy girl. And as you can see, there is no password coming out of here, which makes our application secure to use. Okay, so now that we have the register endpoint created, we want to create our login. So we can say we can say app router. We can say router dot post. Okay, now this post is obviously going to be login. I mean, the route is going to be login. So what we'll do is, this is also going to be an asynchronous function, taking the request and the response. Taking the request and the response, and then what we can do is to say that what we can do now is to think about the whole concept of how login works in general. If you think about logging, it's basically taking in, most of the time, two of your parameters most of the time, and then when it takes in those details from you, it is going to compare it with the details that already exist in the database, and then brings you a response based on the information you provided, right? So the question is, how do we get these details from the database? Now what we want to do right now is we want to get certain things from the request.body. So you see, at this point we just sent request.body.username, request.body.email, but at this point there's another way we can also get these same values from the request.body, and that is deconstructing them. So we can take the username, and we can also take the email also from the request.body, right? We can also take the password as well, but I mean, since this is just login, we can just clear the username and then use this, right? Now that we have this, we want to now make a comparison. So what we're going to do is we're going to look inside the user collection, and then we're going to see if we'll find the same email that we are passing through the request.body. If we look for the email that is being passed through the request.body, and then we find it, then we allow the user to log in. But if we don't find it, we send back an error message saying that we can't find the user. So what we're going to do now is to create a variable, say logged or user. I'll just say user, right? And I'll say user.find. I'll say user.find one, and then what are we finding? We are trying to find the email being passed inside the request.body, and then we can say that we could say that if this user doesn't exist, or if the user is false, we can basically return a response.json. Return a response.status, say 404, and then we have JSON sending back a message object that says does not exist, or email, let's say email. Now we would want to find the password, or we would want to compare passwords before we allow the user to log in, right? So what we want to do right now is we're going to say const compared password is going to be what? bcrypt dot compare. Then we can pass in the password inside the request.body, and then we compare it with the user that we got here, the user that we got up there, dot password, and then we make it check, right? We check for stuff. We say if this compared password returns a value of false, then we would want to return a response.json, a response.status .json saying, stating a message object that has username, email or password is incorrect. Yes, there's a reason why we make it look like this, so that you don't give the person the absolute clue stating that the password is the exact thing that is wrong, so that in case it's the right person who holds their account, the person can just request for a forgot password and then just get everything fixed in the right time. So after this comparison has been done, we are going to be doing some JWT signings and stuff, and then that is what I'm going to basically cover. Alright, so before we do anything, or before we close out, we need to test our login endpoint to make sure that everything is working as expected. So what we want to do is, I want to go back to my Postman, and then inside the register I'll just create a test user. So I'll just say test, and then I'll say test user, and then I'll say test, right? And then I'll just send. The user has been created. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to log in with the new user that I have created. So here on this auth folder, I'm going to create a new request, which is obviously going to be the login request. I'm going to make it a post request, and then I'll bring in the base URL, and I'll just change this to login. Let's save that, and then inside the body we are going to set this to raw, and then over here we would make this email. Obviously we're going to turn this into email, and then inside the email we would use testuser@gmail.com, and then over here we would use the password being test, but we're going to test the email functionality or the email response first. So I'm going to change this and make it 2. Alright, so I'm going to send, and then we should have the requisite response. Okay, so the reason why we are not getting anything is because we forgot to put this in a try catch block. So what we want to do is we're going to create our try catch block here, so that we can log out any errors that we are facing. Okay, then so I'll log out any errors that we face. And then over here I would take this, take this, and then I would put it inside the try block of this try catch block. Then I would also send a response dot status, having status code of 500, and a JSON message, JSON object, so object with a message key and the value saying use, so login failed, and then we would have an error object giving us error general. Okay, now that we have been able to handle this, we shouldn't forget we need await here, and we also need await here. Okay, then we can go back and now test our project efficiently. That is send, and then we should be having a requisite response. If we are still getting an error, okay, so we got the response here, email does not exist. But when we do, so let's test for the password. Let's change the password. Okay, we still get email does not exist. Okay, test user. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in with the right details, and then we should be able to log in. Okay, the reason why we're getting email does not exist because this one was spelled wrongly. So let us test, and then we should, yes, we forgot to, so in case it is successful, we want to send a response with a status code 200, sending a JSON object that sends, so the data should be user, the user, and then the message that we can get from there should be login successful. Okay, now we can go back and then get the requisite response, so login, and then we now have our user information. Now when we twist this, it should have email or password is incorrect according to what we set in here. And then when we do the same for this, we should have email does not exist, just like what we specified here. Okay, so basically this is a simple way of handling authentication in your Node.js Express application or your Node.js Express backend. And then in the next tutorial after this, we are going to be implementing JWT to increase the security and efficiency of our authentication functionalities. Alright, in the previous part, I remember saying that I was going to teach a much better way of handling our route functions, and obviously that is what I'm going to be doing in this video. And I'm also going to introduce a package called JWT, which at the end of the day is going to help us improve or increase the security of our authentication system in the application. And it's also going to help prevent other users from accessing the features of other users, which in general improves security. So let's just dive right into it. Okay, so let's first of all introduce the concept of JWT. So basically JWT is a package that assigns a token or a key to each and every single user, and then using this key we can be able to verify which user is which user, and at the end of the day prevent a user from performing an unauthorized action towards another user in general. and at the end of the day, it also helps us pass in certain information from component to component, regardless of where we use them in. I would inside this project, I'm going to give example use cases of what I just talked about, so that's what is going to make you understand what I just said in general. Okay, so let me split this terminal real quick, and then I'm going to take this off, and then I'm going to say npm I JSON web token. So npm I JSON web token, and then we should have it install. Then while we are calling while we are importing it, we can import it as JWT rather. So whenever you're installing, you install it as JSON web token, and then when you import, and you can name the variable JWT. Alright, so we require this from JSON web token. Okay, I think this is yeah, I think that's it. Let me check the packet.json. Yeah, that's it. We just require from there. So yes, now that we have JWT being required from its specific package source, we are going to go into the login function, and then right after we perform our comparisons, we want to call this variable, let's say const token. Usually some call it access tokens, but let's not waste too much time. So const token, then we're going to call the JWT package, and then we bring dot sign, and then we can have, okay, obviously we are not done with what we're doing. Okay, so cannot find JSON web token. Okay, JSON web token, that is what we are supposed to import. Okay, so it now works. So as you can see, if I bring this, we have sign. So sign, and then inside this sign we can pass a few things inside, right? So the first thing we can pass in here is basically what are we trying to sign. So we can say that we are signing the user ID, and then we are going to say that this user ID is going to be coming from the user that we were able to find here with the email dot ID. So we can say user dot ID, which obviously is the ID property here. So the ID property is obviously going to be coming from this side, as you can see inside the document. So this side, and then the next thing that we're going to pass is admin, because at the end of the day we want to be able to check if the person is an admin before we allow the person to perform certain actions to and from the database in our e-commerce application, right? So let us go back to this side and then ensure that its admin is being passed. Okay, so we have user dot is admin. Okay, so we have this being set, and then the next thing, or the next argument we can pass through, is process dot env dot jwt key. Okay, that is basically your environment variable you can create to store your JWT key in. And the funny thing is, JWT keys don't have to be something specific or something you generate from somewhere that belongs to only you, but it can be anything at all, as long as there's something to fill up the space. That's what it is. So I'm going to go into my env file, and then I'm going to create the same env variable that I created there. I'm going to say JWT key, then I'm going to give, I could even say a there's my JWT key. But I mean, obviously we want to be secured, and so you can just write in anything. It doesn't make any change, it doesn't change anything. So you just need to make sure you remember this when you're deploying. But even if you're deploying, you can still put in any value. Yeah, you can still put it in the value and it will work, because I mean, JWT keys are not something that is assigned to one specific person that you need to keep or something, right? But you still need to keep safe at the end of the day, because you don't want it to get accessed by third parties. So over here inside, so over here we have passed it, and then the next thing we can do, which is optional, is we can say expires in. So we can set an expiry date for our tokens, and I can say this should be maximum 5 days. I can say this could be 5 days, but yeah, I mean, I don't like to set expiry dates to my JWT keys, but I mean, for security reasons too, you need to set them, just in case maybe within that time period it's a different person that is trying to access the account. The person would have to log in again, basically. So at the end of the day, yes, also improve security, so let's keep it. Right now we have this token being signed. How do we bring it out? We can, so over here we can say, over here we can basically bring out this. So you see over here we are bringing out the full user, and that includes our password. So the same deconstruction that we did over here, we can do the same deconstruction here. So we can just copy this and bring it here. We can copy this and bring it here, and then so we take password, and then we take info, and then we take those things from user, and then we take it from the document property of it. Right now these are both, they are all the same thing, right? But we need to be able to change, or we need to be able to change at least one of their names, right? So what we can do right now is we could just take this off. We could take this off and then set this to request.body. Could set this to request.body.email, and then we could also set this to request.body.password, and then yeah, everything should be fine. Okay, so once that is done and we log in, we should be able to generate the token. Now when we generate the token, we want to be able to bring out the token, or log the token out, or send the token out as a response, right? One thing we could do is we could just make this another object, and then with a comma, and then we have so we could say this one should be info and token. But if I log in, we will see a difference. If I log in, we'll see something here. Let us go into one workspace. So I'm going to go into soluservant digital solutions workspace, and then okay, then I am obviously going to go into the I'm going to go into the login. So login, inside the body we should have some predefined login details that we had back then. Okay, so we could, okay, this one is obviously going to give us an error because I don't think we have a user with this email in a database. Yeah, so email does not exist. So yes, so what we'll do is we take this off. I think we rather have this user. So as you can see, we have data coming out with the info and then coming out with the token, but as you can see, they're all separate things altogether. But at the end of the day, we want to be able to put the token inside the same info. So what we can do is we can deconstruct the info that we are getting here, and then that should be able to give us what we're looking for. So I can come and then deconstruct it, and then we could send that back as a login. We send that login, and then we should be able to have it in there. Okay, something seems to be wrong somewhere. Okay, there's nothing wrong. All right, there was nothing wrong. So as you can see, this is what we were able to achieve. So it works as we expect. Now that is the lesson for JWT, and then we can now move on to handling our route functions in a much better way. Now we can create something called controllers, right? We can create something called controllers. So we can come here and create a folder called controllers, and then we can create our first controller, which is auth.controller.js. in a little bit more advanced repos, sometimes it depends on the company, but in a little bit more advanced repos you'd see people using services, and then services is basically just using the single responsibility principle to handle the main things that you would have performed in a controller, but put them in a different module and then import in the controller to use at the end of the day, which in a way simplifies things and makes your application more scalable. But I mean, since this is basically a beginner's tutorial, I would not want to go that deep. So inside our auth controllers, what we can do is we can create our various functions. So we can say register, then we can create this async. Okay, no need to recreate the async and await functions here. What we can do is we can go into the routes, and then we can just copy this. We can copy this whole section, copy this section, so we can just cut it off and then put it here. Okay, and then it has been created. We can do the same thing for login. Okay, so I'm gonna go into login and start copying from here. Okay, so I'll cut this, and then inside I'll just paste it. Okay, now that we have these two bad boys here, we are definitely going to have to import certain packages because we've not imported them, hence they are going to worry us in the future if we don't. So what is the first package we want to import? We can come here, bcrypt, and then import bcrypt, right? So let us go and import these packages. So we can just copy, so some of the packages you can just copy from here or cut them from here. So I can cut this and put it in here. Okay, we have JWT in here. I can cut this section too. I can cut this, and then I can put it here. Then for the user, we can cut this and then put here, and then yeah, put it here. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that this is the right path to our file. So model, and then user.model.js. okay, then we already have bcrypt imported. We have JWT imported over here, and then we can now send out a token through the data that we're receiving. Now what we can do next is to export these functions. So export, so yes, in common JS we would have to use module.export, actually module.exports. Then we can export register, then we can export login. Yes. Then now that we've been able to export them, no need to re-import them manually. We can just call them out like this, and then call this one to out like this. Okay, then we can just set this extension just to be safe. So if I try to log in as a test to see if these things are working, let me try to log in one more time. Okay, so it still works like it's supposed to. And here, my friends, is a nicer or much better way to organize your route functions. Thank you very much for watching this part of the video. In the next part of the video, we are going to be handling CRUD operations inside our e-commerce backend, and also how to do your verify token, which is going to, at the end of the day, perform the actions that I mentioned from the beginning, in which I stated that certain users can't perform certain actions on another users that are unauthorized. Alright, thank you very much for joining me again in this episode. Before I start anything, I just want us to remember that, or I just want us to notice that most of the time when we use most applications in general, we realize that we are basically performing 4 basic functions. It's either we are creating something, we are reading something, we are updating something, or we are deleting something in our applications. And that's what goes on in most applications that we use over the years. Okay, so basically in this section I am going to teach you how to do this, how to perform these functions, right? Create, read, update, and delete, and together we technically refer to them as the CRUD operations, right? So what we're going to do now is create one. So we're going to start creating a CRUD for our users. So I'm here in the user route, right? What is the first thing that we would want to do? I mean, since we've been able to create users, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we can update the values or some of the fields of these users, right? So what we are going to do right now is I am basically going to create a router dot put here. I'm going to create a router dot, so I'm going to say router dot put, and then I'm going to say that it should have a route of ID. I mean, since at the end of the day we are going to be updating a certain user with a certain ID, and then over here we could write our full async functions here. But I mean, since the last time we met, we talked about controllers and how to use them to make your code a whole lot more readable and scalable. So I'm going to go into controllers, and then I would create a new controller, say user, so I'll call it user.controller.js. Okay, now that we have the user.controller.js, our next move is I am basically going to create the update function, right? But before we create the update function, we need to remember something. At the end of the day, when we come here, we want to make sure that the user that is trying to update his or her value at the end of the day is logged in, right? We want to make sure that only logged in users can update their values, and we also want to make sure that it is one particular user. That, so if it is Kofi that is trying to update his value, we want to make sure that Kofi is updating his user credentials, right? And so that we can prevent Kofi from updating Ahmed's credentials. Okay, so basically, in order for us to be able to verify that a user is actually changing his or her credentials, we want to create a middleware called verify token. So we want to come into the server here, and then I would create a new folder called middleware, right? And I'll create a new folder called middleware, and then inside the middleware I would create something called verify token. Some people like to call it as auth. but I would call my verify token.js. And then inside my verify token, here's what I want to do. You see that when I go into Postman right now and I try to make a request, any kind of request, whether post, put, get, whatever it is, at the end of the day, I would want to check some things here. So as you can see, you can see auth from here. So I want to set this auth to the bearer token, and then inside this bearer token I can be able to pass in my token, right? Alright, I just cleaned it up just so that we get a better understanding of what I'm talking about. Alright, so inside this, going back to Postman, right, inside this token, that is what we are going to compare, or we are going to verify with the user that is trying to perform the request. Then when we compare it, once the user is the same, once the user that is trying to make the request token is the same as the token that is being passed through this section, then it allows the request to go through. So how do we create this verify token? We are going to first of all import our JWT, and then we'd import JWT from require JWT. Okay, then require JWT. Okay, let's clear this and then put this here. Okay, now that we have JWT coming in, we want to create a function. We want to say verify token. We want to say verify token function is equal to a request response and next, request response and next, and then an arrow function, and then we are going to say const auth header. So basically the section where we went to is what we refer to as the headers. So I'm going to say auth header is equal to the request.headers. So we are going to get the token, we are basically going to get the token from the request.headers, right? And then so this is the headers, and then inside the headers, where are we getting it from? We are getting it from authorization, right? So someone would want to come here and then put in the value. So someone might say token, someone might also say access token and all these things. But with our method that we are using here, we are going to use this authorization section. So over here we will say auth headers, and then we are going to put it inside these square brackets, and then we put in a string, and then we say authorization. We say authorization, and then this authorization is we are going to, in this authorization, we are going to create another variable, and then we are going to name that token. Okay, so once we create this variable naming a token, we are going to take this auth header, and we are going to say that we take this, so we are going to say that we are going to take this auth header and also take the auth header, but the second value of it. So auth header dot split, and then we are going to just give it some space, and then we are just going to take the second value of it, because I mean most of the time when you put in your, so if let's say you're using this section and then you put in authorization, right, you're using the section, you put in authorization, you're going to have to write bearer here. I'm going to have to write bearer here, and then then you see that I'm giving space here. Then if I give the space, this token here, I'm going to have to pass this token or copy this token to paste here. Alright, so we are just saying that take this auth header and then give it some space and pick the second value here but we are not going to use this method, so I'll just close this. just close this and we'll just use this. So you're going to take the bearer token. So as you can see, there's a bearer here, and then with the space we have token. So that's basically, so this token is basically what we're going to pass in here. Okay, so we are going to take the first value of it, and then we are going to say that we are going to check, right? We are going to check for the token. So if we don't find any token, or if the token is false, if we don't find any token or the token is false, we want to return res.status. We want to return res.status 401. Obviously we want to return res.status 401, and we want to send access denied. That is because we do not have any authorized user logged in to perform that action or that request. Okay, now that we've been able to check for the token, we want to make a try. We want to make a try catch block, right? A try catch block to perform certain checks. So we want to log the error. First of all, we want to log the error in case there is any, and then we also want to send a response of the error as well. Okay, so we want to send a response saying response.status, then the status is going to be 400, and then we are going to say send, what are we sending? We are sending invalid token. Okay, so I'll explain that in a bit. So invalid token, right? So inside this try catch block, we are going to do some checks, right? So we are going to verify the token that, so in case there's a token being passed through, that is this section. In case there's a token being passed through, we want to verify if that token matches with the token that we put here. Okay, or if we want to verify if the token matches with the current user's token, right? So what we will do is we'll take const verified. Okay, const verified is equal to jwt dot verify jwt dot verify. Okay, no, it's okay. The reason why I'm getting the error here is because I wrote JWT. I was supposed to write JSON web token. Yeah, I did that unconsciously. So as you can see, if I bring this dot, we should see the various methods. Okay, so verify, and then what are we verifying? We want to verify this token and compare it with what? So process. So we are verifying the token with which token? process.env.jwt key. I want to confirm the name, so I'll go to my em file and I'll check. Okay, so yes, jwt key. And then now that we've been able to do a verification, in case it is successful, we want to pass in the payload to the user. We want to pass the payload to the user, so we can say verified. Okay, and then we would say, in case this is successful, move on to the next function inside the endpoints that we are using in our route. Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, we can now go into our user route and then perform update functionality more safely and more easily. So we're going to say so after this we're going to say verify token. Okay, so we have to export this. So we'll come here and then say module.exports should be equal to verify token. Module.export should be equal to verify token, and then over here we can just call it, and then it should come. So now that it has come through, we can now pass in our next function. we would write the function in the controller, but first of all, let us just execute it here for the sake of beginners so that we all understand what we are doing. Alright, so this is obviously going to be an asynchronous function, which is request response, and then I'll create the function, the arrow function here. Now we want to be able to update the user details, or we want to be able to update the user details, right, of the current logged in user. Okay, so this is how we are going to do it. Alright, so this is how we're going to do that. Before we do anything, let's go back to our verify token. We made a mistake there. In here you can see request headers, and then this capital A, it's not supposed, it has to be a small a, because that will give us an error. Alright, now that we've been able to fix that, let's go back to our user routes.js. Now we could, we could write the functions here and everything, but no, let's not do that. Let us follow our scalable method we learned from the last video. Then so in doing that, we'll go to our user controller there, and then we would have to create the function, right? So we'll create a function called update user, and then inside our function we are going to have this sorry, we are going to have this async. We're going to have this async, then request or response, request response, and then we have, so over here we, before we can do anything, we need to go for the user model. So we can just come here and then copy this path, and then we just import the user model. Okay, so over here then we import the user model. Then let's make sure we are exporting, so we'll say module dot exports, then we are exporting user update, exporting update user. Okay, then inside the update user we want to create a try catch block. Okay, try catch block. So we want to log the error. We want to log the error first of all, and then the next thing is we want to be able to identify the user that we want to update its value, right? So we're going to create a variable called updated user, and then inside the updated user we're going to get this user model, and then we're going to pass in a find and update with but let's not forget that this is supposed to be an asynchronous function, so we should not forget await, or else we would get unnecessary errors. So request dot, so we're going to say request dot params dot id, and then this id we are getting it from the id here. Okay, so inside this user controller, so we are getting the request dot params dot id, so that's the user id. We are finding the user by its user id, and then we are updating it with what, so with the object notation that we are creating here, we would have to bring in our $, and then bring the set, and then with the set key we are going to set it with the request.body. So the request.body is basically anything that the user passes through the request.body. That is the same property it is going to set, or is going to update. Now after we update, we want to make sure that we are getting the new results inside our response, right? So in order for us to get the new results, we want to say new is equal to true, or new key has the value of true. Alright, so now that we have that working, we want to perform a check. So if we want to say that if there is no updated user, or if we try to find the user by its ID and we can't find the user, we want to return a function to let us know that. So we return rest.status throw for, and then JSON. We send out a JSON object saying the message should tell us that user not found. Okay, user not found. Now that we have performed this check, in case it is successful, we want to send out the response.status of 200.json, and then the JSON object is going to have a message that is saying that user has been updated successfully. Okay, now that we have this, then we want to go into the next section, or we want to say that we want to bring out this updated user. So we are sending this data object to the value of the updated user so that we can get that updated user out. Okay, updated user. Okay, in case there's an error, we want to send a response of status. We want to send a response with the status code 500, saying in a JSON object, we want to say it is responding in a JSON object with a message of user update failed, and the next thing should be the error. It can console log, it can give us the error in addition. So okay, so yes, this is basically what we are going to get. Okay, so now that we know this and we've been able to export it, we are going to go into a user route and then we are going to import it. So we are going to say user update, or update user, I think that was the name, update user. Then we just press enter and then it should be imported automatically. So I'm going to go into my Postman to test this out. So for us to be able to test it, we are going to have to create a new folder here, and then so a new folder, and then I'll name this folder, I'm going to name this folder user. Okay, then inside this folder we're going to create a new request, of which this request is going to be a put request because we are updating an already existing data in the database. So put request, and I'm saving, and then this put request I'm going to name it user update. Okay, alright, so user update, then I can set the base URL. So for this we want to verify this, so in order for us to change this, let's verify it. Let's go into our main routes file, and then we can see users. Okay, so the users is using each and every single endpoint inside the user route. Okay, so we just have to come here and then set this to users, and then over here we can just bring this update just so it makes sense even more, and then we come into Postman and set an update route here as well. Set an update route here as well, and then we can change this to the ID, because at the end of the day this is what is ending it. So this ID, so we're going to pass in the ID of the user we are looking for. So in order for us to be able to get the ID for the user we are looking for, let's go back to Postman and then go to login, and then we are going to log in again, afresh. Okay, now we have the ID. We're going to copy this ID real quick, and I'll go back here, and then I'll just end it with the ID here. Alright, then over here in the login I'm going to copy. Okay, before we copy the token, I want us to run it and pretend as if we forgot to use the verify token. So we are not taking the verify token into consideration, we're just passing, or are just making a request, right? You receive the error, right? And then you would understand how things work in general. So I'm just going to try to change the username of the user in the database. I'm going to change it from test to test updated without recognizing the verify token middleware. All right, so I would send, and then we should get access denied, because at the end of the day, that was what we set here. We said that if there's no token, give us access denied, right? So we are going to go back here, and then I'm going to go back here, and then what we are going to do right now is I want to go to auth. Okay, then I'll come here and I'll go to bearer token, and then I would replace this token with what is here. Okay, so we have this. I'm copying it one more time, Control C to copy, and then I'm coming here to change it. Okay, so we have this token now. I'm saving, and then let's go back to the body. As you can see, I'm changing the name. We should get the response here. So I make the request, and then now you can see that the username here is giving us test updated. Okay, so before the name was what? Before the name was just test. Now it's test updated. Let's log in again, and then you see the new results here. Okay, test updated is done. All right, so basically this is one of the ways we perform updates in our MERN backend, right? So we are going to move on to the next thing, which is going to be deleting. So we want to be able to delete a user from the database. Now this is how you're going to do it. Alright, so this is how we are going to be handling the deletion of a user from the database. Now before we handle the deletion of a user, we want to make sure that the user that is deleting that particular user, first of all, matches with the same logged in user, and second of all, that particular logged in user should be an admin. But how do we check that? Let us go back into our verify token, and then we are going to create a new function. We are going to create a new function and name that verify. We're going to name that verify admin, right? And then inside the verify admin, we're going to take in 3 parameters: request, response, and next. Right, now that we have that, we're going to create our arrow function, and then inside we are going to call this verify token, right? So inside the verify token, when we call this verify token, we are obviously going to pass inside our request, response, and next. So request, response, and next, and then after but instead of passing in the next, we are going to replace the next with a function rather. So we're going to say that hey, you take this function and do this for me. All right, now when they take this particular function, we want them to do some checks, right? So I want to say if the request dot user dot I'm going to say if the request dot user dot is admin is true, right? I could say if this is true here, but I mean it's not necessary because it's already set if I do it this way. So if it's true, I want to return, if it's true, I'd want to return a response. I'd want to return a response by say but what kind of response do I want to send? I want to say that it should just move on to the next function, right? So instead of returning something, I could do this. Okay, so I could just say next, but in case it doesn't work out that way, I could say else. If it doesn't work out that way, or if the user is not an admin, we can send out, so we can return we can return a response with the status 500, writing in we can just send it anyways. So you can just send and say that user is not an admin, and so India is not an admin, so user can't be deleted. Okay, so we have this working as we expect it to work. So what we are going to do now is I am basically going to go back to the user routes. Okay, then we now create the routes for it. So I'm going to say router.delete. I'm going to say that we are passing in the path delete, and then we are putting the ID params here, and then we are going to say verify. So we need to be able to export this, right? So instead of just doing this, we're going to export verify token one more time, and then verify admin. Okay, so over here we should be able to simply verify admin. Okay, so now both of them have been installed, both of them have been imported. Okay, the reason why it's behaving like that is because I need to make this an object and say verify admin. Okay, so now we have this part, and then we just have to pass in this function for this particular route. So what are we going to do now? We're going to go into user controller, and then we're going to create a new function called delete user. Alright, then this function is basically going to take in a request and a response, and then we are going to create our arrow function. Then we have async. Alright, so now that we have the async function here, what we are going to do is we're going to make our usual try catch blocks, and then let's log the error just in case we get any. Okay, just in case we get any error. Okay, so we are logging it out. Then what we are going to do is let's export this before we forget. Okay, so we're exporting it before we forget. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to try to find we are going to try to delete the user anytime you run the delete endpoint, right? So we're just going to say await, right? You're just going to say await find, so await user dot find and delete, right? Find by ID and delete, and then we are going to pass in the request dot params dot ID, and then if it is successful, if this is successful, we want to send out a response dot status of 200, and then we would send out a JSON message or a JSON object with the message property having a value or saying that user has been deleted successfully. Okay, now that I think, is it one CO? Yeah, double CO. Yeah, so user has been deleted successfully, and then in case it doesn't work out, we want to just create a response here saying, so this response is going to be 500, saying user deletion failed. Okay, so now that we have this, I'm going to go back into our user route, and then I'm going to say delete user, import it from here, the controller, and then we save. So now we can go here, so let's go into our database for a second and see the users that are available. So I'm going to browse through the collections, and then okay, let's wait a bit. So I'm browsing through the collections so that we see the users that are available at the moment. So we have James, we have James boy girl we have test, and yes, so in my case I would want to delete test, but you know, we need to make sure that this person is an admin. Okay, so so in order for us to make sure that this person is an admin, we need to edit this. We've not yet created the functionality to edit it from our postman or from our backend, so we are going to have to edit it from here. So let's set this to true. Okay, so test is true. Okay, so now test is now an admin, and then I'm going to take test user ID here, and then I am going back into, let's open VS Code first and then go to postman. So inside here I could create a new request and then say, and then I'm going to name the request delete user. All right, okay, so the request should be created. Okay, so I'm going to say delete user. So I'm saving that, and then I am turning this into delete. I'm saving that, and then I am bringing this. So we have users, we have delete, and then the user ID is what I'm going to replace here. Okay, now that we have this, we want to make sure that we are still passing in the auth here. We are still passing in the auth token, the bearer token here. But before we passing the auth, we need to be able to log in. Okay, so I forgot the login details for test. So let's use the one for the one. So let's delete just test updated. Okay, so let's take test updated. Let's take test updated ID, and then we would pass it in. We would pass it here. Okay, we would pass that here, and then inside the token for delete user, we are going to take it from here, copy. We're going to copy this, and then go back to delete user, and then we would replace this and then save. So now we can go back and then test. Okay, user is not an admin, so user can't be deleted. So what we need to do is we need to go back to Chrome, and then we need to look for test updated. Okay, and then change test updated's value to true. Okay, then we make the update. Okay, now that we've been able to make the update, when we go back to postman and test, we should see user has been deleted. Okay, let us save. Let us go back to VS Code and save here too. Okay, let me make sure that it's the same user ID. So yeah, 404. Yeah, okay, then that's it. So I'm gonna go back to postman. We have, let me change this login. I want to log in again with a different so I'm logging in. Okay, then I'm changing the token here, copy, paste. Okay, then we save. Okay, we save and we run. Okay, so user has been deleted successfully. Okay, so basically the next endpoint that we want to be writing is to get just one user, right? One particular user. But in our case, the user that we'll be wanting to get in our front end would be the admin, right? Because at the end of the day, we would be having a dashboard where the admin will be able to perform certain actions to and from his store, his e-commerce store, right? So because of that, we want to create this new route here and say get. So we want to say router dot get here, and then we are going to pass in the route. Say, so we're going to say something like get user. So get user is going to have this ID, right? So get user or get admin, yeah, get admin would be the best, having this ID, and then we're going to bring this comma, then we say verify admin again. I mean, since it has to be an admin that we are getting his or her details for, right? So basically we have get admin, and then we are going to have to replace this with the function that would create in our controller. So I'm going to go back to the user controller here, and then I'll create a const. I'll create a const here, and then inside the const here I'll say get user. Sorry, I'll take get admin here. I'll say get admin. Then I'll say this is an asynchronous function that takes in the request response. And then I'm going to create my arrow function here. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to want to export this before I forget. I want to export this before I forget, right? So we're going to create our try catch block as usual. Then we log out the error that we are getting. Okay, we log out the error that we have here. And then what we are going to do right now is we are going to find the user, right, through the params. So we're going to create a constant and say, so we are going to say admin is equal to user model dot find by id. Okay, find by id, and we are getting it from the request dot params dot id. Okay, now if we don't, let's perform a check here, right? Let's perform a check. So if we don't find the id, or if the id returns false, we want to send a response. So we'll return a response dot status that says 404, and then we are sending in a JSON object that has a message stating that admin can't be found. Okay, or user can't be found, small general, user can't be found. And then but if it's successful, we want to send back a response of status 200 and a JSON object which is going to have the message, not even a message, or let's just pass in a message for the sake of it. We might print out the message on the front end. So user has been found successfully. Then under we have data object, then we are passing the admin into the data object. Then over here we can just copy this, bring it here, and then we can change this to 500, and then we can say user query field. Then we can name this error, and then we pass in the error. Okay, so now that we have this, what we have to do is go into our user route, and then we can import it by saying get admin. Okay, now we have the get admin, so we can go into our Postman and test that. But before we test that, we need to make sure that the person is an admin. So let us go into our database and change some of the, so let's refresh. When we refresh, we wouldn't see test updated, the user with test updated, we wouldn't see that user anymore, so we'd have to use someone else. Okay, so let's call James, right? So let's change James's value from false to true, and then we're going to update it. Then we have to copy copy James's object ID, and then I'm going back to Postman, and then I'm going to add a request. I'm gonna add a request of so get admin. I'm gonna say get admin, and then over here let's change this to users, change this to get admin, and then we need to make sure that we are passing in this ID params, here. So I'll go back here, and then I'll set this to the user ID that we're able to get from the database, and then I would send, or I'll make a request. Okay, I'm getting access denied. Okay, I'm getting access denied because we are not logging in and passing this bearer token here. Okay, so what we'll do is over here we want to log in as James, right? We want to log in as James, so I'll come here, and then I'll log in as James, and then I'll log in as James here too. Okay, I think it should work. If that's the password, yeah, it's wrong. So I'll just let's recreate our user here. Let's recreate our user. So register, and then in the login we just log in one more time. Okay, then we pick our token, that we pick the token from here, then we would change this, save, and then we go back here to pick out the ID, go to get admin, and change that really quick. We can even update from, okay, we can't update here because we are not admin, so we have to go back to the database, refresh. We need to refresh the database, then we would go, so after refresh the database, we'll go in for the test user here. We'll go in for the test user here, and then we'll set that to, I will set that test user to an admin, and then we'll update it. Once you're able to update that, we'll go back into Postman, and then we can now make a request. Let's save, then we make a request. Okay, user is not an admin, so user can't be deleted. No, we are not. Okay, let me change this message. Let's go back here and change this message because it doesn't make sense. So you are not an admin, it's okay, you're not an admin. Okay, and then we can save, go back to Postman and test. Let's log in one more time. Change the token. And save. Then we can now what is the error? Okay, yes, the error we are getting here is because we forgot to use await. So await, then we come back, and then we'll test one more time. So so as you can see, the user has been found successfully, and then we can now see our user here. But as you can see, there's a password getting out. We don't want to receive the password in any way. So what we want to do here is we want to come under here, and then we'd say, so instead of printing out admin, we want to deconstruct admin. So deconstructing admin, we take out the password and then info, then we equate it to what? Admin. That's because you are deconstructing admin, and then we're just passing the info. So once we do that, we shouldn't receive password inside the new information that we are getting out of the database. So I'm going to launch it again, and then okay, so we are getting this. We just need to set it to doc. Okay, then run again. Okay, so the user has been found, and then the password wasn't included. Alright, so that's basically how we can get just one user, and in our case it's a little special because we are getting a user based on the fact that one of its properties, the admin field, is set to true. Now the next thing we want to do is we want to be able to get all users regardless of the type of people they are, right? So in our case, we don't really need to do much. We just take this get admin and we just duplicate it. Right now, what are we going to do here? We're just going to say get all users. Okay, we just changed the name. Get all users. It's still an asynchronous function. We make this users instead of admin, and then here instead of us trying to get by ID or find by ID, we just find, and then we take this out. Alright, we take this out, so it just looks through the user collection and then pulls out everything that is in there. We don't need to make any checks over here, and obviously even if we want to take out the passwords out of each and every single user, we want to use this users rather instead of just admin. We replace that with user, and then so we can say users have been found successfully, and then we're passing the info, and then yes, we just handle. So all we have to do here is export get all users, and then we'll go into our user route and then we would copy this, bring that out, and then we would leave this slash, and then we just verify token. We verify token, not admin. We verify token, and then we get all users. Okay, alright, so let's go here and test. So with the user folder here, we can add another request and then test that request. So we can say get all users, and then over here we can set that to the base URL here, and then we set that to users, and then yes, that is it. We don't need this one. We don't need this. So we don't need that because it's the slash here, and then I'm wondering why this it's not looking like it has been imported. It has to give a certain color. Okay, but once I'm able to enter, okay, it has been imported. Alright, then that's good. Okay, so since this is just a slash, and then inside the routes here we have users, then that's it. All we need is for it to become a get method, and then we can just send the request, and then okay, so access denied is telling us that we are not logged in, right? So what we'll do is we'll go here, and then we'll copy this and drop it in here. Okay, then we'd save. But you know, there's a way that we could do it, and then we wouldn't have to keep pasting and pasting and pasting. And that way is to come to this folder, right? You click on the folder, you go to authorization, and then you click on bearer token, and then you just paste the token inside. So whenever you create a new so basically I'm going to do this like this. I'm just, you see I have the token in there, and I'm making a request. I'm going to get all the users. Okay, I'm seeing query failed. I'm seeing query failed. Let's see what the error is. Cannot destructure password out of, it is undefined. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll take out the I'll take out this structure, this destruction that I did here. I'll take that out, and then I would make my request again, and then we should get all the users. Oh no, we wouldn't get anything because we are supposed to pass in users. Yeah, okay, so let's do it again, and then we should do it again. We should get the users this time. I'm wondering what the error is. Okay, it's not an error. Okay, so as you can see, these are all the users that we have in a database right now, and I'm going to do inherit from auth parent. So it's going to take the bearer token from this folder. Alright, so I'm going to make the request again, and then you see we still have these users. Alright, yeah, I just had to get my things done, get my things fixed, so that we can continue this tutorial. If you saw my recent posts, yeah, but we are back again, and we are continuing the CRUD operations part 2. And as you can see, our most previous stop in our previous video was getting all users, right? And as you can see here, I have tried to, let me shift this to my window here. Yeah, okay, so as you can see, I have I basically have my server started. My server has started here, and I'm just going to restart it so that you see that the server is going to be connected. Okay, so now that the server is now connected and it's connected to the database, I am going to try to get all users. Now, as you can see, we have invalid token. The reason why we have invalid token here is because when we go into I think login, when we go into the auth controller there, when going to login, you can see that we have an expiry for our JWT keys, which was 5 days, and the last time that I uploaded our latest video was like 7 days ago or something. So basically it's going to get expired. So how do we fix this? Because obviously I'm sure most of us, or most of you, have followed the tutorials for quite a while now, and have not heard from the part 2, or have not heard from the latest video. So obviously your verified tokens are going to be expired by now. So how do we fix this? If you remember, we went into this folder to go and make some changes inside this authorization key here, the bearer token here. So what we do is we just need to replace this. But how do we do that? We go into our login, and then we try to log in one more time. Then we get like a new token here. So what happens is you copy the new token, you copy this, and then you get back into this folder, and then you replace it. Then after replacing it, you save. So Control S to save it, and then you go to your get all users, and then we'd send to get all the users that we have. Okay, so how many users do we have? 1 2 3 4 5. Right, so now that we have 5 users, we want to basically create a query, or create a functionality where we can get the latest 3 users, right? Now there are a couple of ways we could do it. We could basically create like a new controller for it, get latest users and just pass in and get like its own custom route and everything. But no, I just want to quickly demonstrate how you can perform this here. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, you see inside Postman here, what you can do is, you see over here, when I say I'm getting all users, I can just get all the users right now, like, and get all these users, right? But if I want to get the first 3 latest users that was created like not long ago, basically what I can do is I could just come here and put in something like latest and then put in true, and then you should see the changes being made here. Okay, latest true. Okay, so now that I have that, I can create a const say query, and then I could say request.query dot latest, right? Request.query.latest. Then over here I could say something like I could say something like in case query exists, right? If query is true, then I need you to await users, okay, or I need you to query out all the users. But when you query the users or you find the users, I need you to limit them to just 3. Okay, now we could, okay, and or else if that is not possible, if that is not possible, we can just, or if query is not available, we can just await the users and just find them, right? We can just find them here. Okay, so basically what this would do is, it will just, looking at this part, right? You have one, so you have James, you have James boy, and then you have James boy girl, right? When we do this without performing a special method in between here, it's just going to get the first 3 users that has been displayed in the database. Okay, so a quick demonstration of that is, I'm gonna come here. So we already have latest, this latest, which is this one latest here, being set to the true that we are checking over here. Okay, so I'm going to send, and then we should get just James boy, and James boy girl. Okay, just like how we said, but we want to get the latest users, right? So obviously in such a list like this, things would switch up a bit. All right, so when it comes to such a case, in between here, I'm going to pass in a sort method, and then I'm going to create this object inside, and I'm going to say the ID, and then I'm going to set that to -1. Okay, now that we have this, I'm going to go back into Postman and test it. All right, so when we test it, we have 1, so we have test, and James boy girl, obviously. So as you can see, this is how we can perform special queries in the database. Alright, so now that we've been able to perform this query, we want to now perform our last query for the user model, basically. So now what we want to do right now is, we want to be able to get the user statistics. Okay, and then we are getting what statistics are we getting? That should be like our first question. And then the statistics that we are getting is basically users that have been created since last year. Okay, so this part, you're basically going to learn how to handle the MongoDB aggregation pipeline to extract data from your collections in your database. Okay, so what we can do is we can create a new function and say that it's get user stats. Okay, get user stats, and then we are going to say it's an asynchronous function that takes in request response, and then we have our arrow, or we have this. So we are basically going to have our try catch section. We're going to log out the error. I'm going to log out the error here. Okay, I'm going to log out the error here, and then we can send out a response. We can send out a response dot status 500, and with a JSON, object saying message, and then the message is going to be user statistics acquisition error. Okay, then we could say an error occurred acquiring user stats, an error occurred acquiring user statistics. Okay, let's close this space. Then we can pass in the error dot message, and then say error, so error dot message. Okay, so over here we are going to create so basically the mindset or the plan that we are going to do is we're going to look through the collection, and then we're going to search for users that have their created at field to be last year, okay, or to be less than last year, okay, so or it should be within last year, okay. And then right after we are done finding these users, we are going to create a new list and place these users inside based off of their months, right? Then after we place these users inside this list, we can now group all of those users in its own separate list, and then calculate the number of users that were created last year, okay. So, and also that new list is also going to contain the users grouped according to their months, okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a new date instance, so we're going to say date is equal to new date, okay. Then we are going to call that. Then we're going to create another, say last year is going to be new date, and then inside new date we are going to set, right, we are going to, inside this new date we are going to set, I'm going to say date dot set full year, okay. Then inside this set full year we're going to say date again dot get full year, right. Then we're going to say -1, okay. Then right after that we are going to say that const user stats is obviously going to be equal to await user dot aggregate and then we are going to match, okay. So basically the part where I said we are going to look inside our user collection and then get all the users based on their created at dates, okay. So this match method is what would help us do that, and then inside this match method we are going to look at the created at field for each and every single user, okay, and then we are going to place in this value. So the value is going to be all the dates, okay. So the value is going to be all the dates or all the months, right, that are before last year, okay, before or the same as last year's months, right. So we're going to say this GTE, and then we are going to pass in last year, okay. So now that we have this in there, we're going to create another object down here, and then in here we are going to create that new list that I talked about. So project is what is going to help us do that, and then inside we can call the months, okay. So we can say months, then inside this object we have the month, okay, and then we are picking this month based off of this created at that we have, okay. So created at, okay, then then after we have this month that we've created in our new list, we want to now group them, or we want to group all those months based on what? We're going to group all those months inside this object. We're going to group all those months inside this object. Okay, so I'm going to pick out the ID, then I'm going to say that we have inside this ID we have the month number of each and every the month number of basically each and every month that we were able to put in here. Okay, and then under it we have the total. Then under we have the total. The total is going to be performed with this function called sum, then 1. Okay, so that should basically give us what we're looking for. This thing basically generates the month number. So when you come into, okay, I'm getting this error, and I'll have to start this again. So basically when you get into your database, this part, this 12 you're seeing here, which is December, that is what we are going to get. That is what we are going to get inside the last year thing that we are seeing here, and then we pass them in here, and then we get this month based off of that number that we had here, and then we now group them. So basically what happens is, if this was created in December and the other was created in October, would have two different objects for these two different months, and then the total number of users that were created inside those different months. That's what we're going to be getting. Alright, so now that we know this, okay, let's open the database. Okay, so we're going to go into Ecommerce Learn. We have the users. Okay, so we are going to have these, as I said, the 12 here. Okay, so now that we have this function, we need to export it as usual. So let's copy this, and then export this, and then we'd go into section, import it, and then we create this new route, and with the endpoint stats, and then we do it verify admin, then we set it, set it to get user stats. Okay, now that we have this, we are going to go into Postman, and then we would create a new request, or let's just copy this. Let's duplicate this, because this and the other one simply have no real differences. Then I'll take get user stats. Okay, get user stats, then I'll change this to stats. We have nothing in the body, obviously, and our auth is already set to inherit from parent. Okay, so that it takes it from this folder, and then what we can do is I'll just send okay, there might be an error. What error are we getting? Okay, there is no error. Okay, yes, I forgot, we forgot to send out a response. Okay, so yes, so the response.json response.status 200 should send out a JSON object, and then inside this JSON object we have a message key which has the value user data user data retrieved successfully. Okay, user data retrieved successfully, and then we have user stats. Okay, or user stats retrieved successfully. Then we can now come back and then send. Okay, so as you can see, we have the month here for, so these are the total number of users that were created last year in December, since 12 represents December, right? So let's go back to the database and manipulate some of the years so that you see that it creates another object for extra users that were created in a different month. So I'm going to change that to, say, I'm going to change that to just November, because I mean, so basically let's take these first two, they make more sense to manipulate them. Change it to, let me change it to October. I'll change that to October, and then I'll change that to October as well. Okay, then let me make this November so that you get the whole trend. Okay, let's make this November. So when I come back and I sent, you can see that it's creating different objects here. Okay, so we have the user stats throwing out this array of objects, saying that in October we have 2 users that were created last year in October, and then in this and in December we have 2 users that were created, but in November we have just 1 user that was created. Okay, so basically that is what we can do or want to do at the moment for getting user statistics. Okay, so we're going to move on to our products. Moving on to the products, we can basically go into, we can create a new controller for products. So we can create that here, say product.controller.js. okay, or just product, basically just product.controller. oh no so product.controller.js. so now that we have this, we can create we can import the product model, right? So we can say product should be equal to require, what are we requiring? We're requiring the product model from where? So from the model section, and then we call the product model. Then I prefer to add the extensions just to be safe. Okay, so let's first of all create our first product. Okay, so let's create the function for creating our first product. So we're going to say const create product. Okay, then we're going to say it's an asynchronous function, and then inside creating product, so we're going to say that it's going to take a request and a response. Then in here we are going to create a try catch block, of which of course we would console log the error, and then we can also send out a response.status of 500, which is going to have a JSON object, first sending out a message that says error creating, or let's write an error occurred while creating product. Okay, now that we have this, we are going to now send the error also as, so we're going to send error.message. Okay, now that we know this, let us create a new product. So we're going to take this product model here, and then we're going to create a new instance of it. Okay, and then we're going to save it inside the database. So we're going to say const new product is going to be equal to new, then the product up there, the product model, new product model, and then what are we going to pass inside? We're going to pass everything that we put inside the request.body. We are going to send that. Okay, we are going to send that to the server, and then after we send that to the server, what do we want to do? We want to await what? We want to await this new product and save it. Okay, we want to await and save it. So once we run this create product endpoint, it's going to create a new product instance, taking everything we passed through the body. Then we save this product into the database, creating a new product collection in here. Okay, so what we will do now is, after we are done creating, we're going to send a response with a status of 200, a response with a status of 200, saying with a JSON object with a message of product created successfully, and then we are going to pass the new product that we created down. I'm going to send that as a response. Okay, so what can we do now? Then the next thing we can do is to export. Let's export. Oh no, module.exports. Then we are going to export this create product as a module. So create product. After exporting, we can go into our routes and create a route for product. So we can say product.route.js. okay, then we would let me just, I want to pick out this section and then put it here. Yeah, and pick out this section as well. I don't know how I'm feeling lazy to write it, but hey, then I just put that here as well. Now that we have this, we can say router. Oh no, we can say router dot post, because it's going to be a post request. It's going to be sent down this path. Okay, then we are going to verify if the person is an admin, obviously. Then we are going to say create product. Okay, all right, so yes, we are creating a new product, and then once that is done, we should see a product inside the database. Okay, so let's test what we have. Let's first of all go into the product model so that we know whatever we are passing. So we have the title, description, image, okay, category, size, color, price. Okay, now I would handle the image, but for now let me comment this out, okay, so that we test that the creation of the product. Then after creation of the product, we'll go into how to use Cloudinary to handle your image uploads as well. Okay, so let us go into our Postman, and then let us create a section whereby you can create a product. So I can come here and say new folder, and then I can set that to products. Okay, I can set that to the product, and then I can create like a new request here, and then inside this I'm going to say create product. Okay, create product, and then this create product is obviously going to be a post request. Okay, then I am going to say base URL is going to be product. Okay, products, just product. And then we need to make sure that our server.js can recognize our routes. But okay, obviously we created this one here, so we can copy this and paste this, and then we can copy and paste this as well. Then we just have to change the names here. Just have to change the names here to product routes. Then we change this name also to product.routes.js. Okay, now that we have that, we can change this to products, and then it's obviously a post request here. Okay, so we're going to change this to raw and then JSON. Then over here we have the title, so we have the title being passed through. Then what else do we have? So the title is definitely going to be, let's test something like Nike t-shirt. Okay, Nike t-shirt. Okay, then what else are we going to have? I think description. I need to check the name of the description, because if I get it wrong. Okay, so we have just this. Okay, so description is basically going to be Nike. Okay, so this is one, or basically this Nike shirt. This Nike shirt has a blue color and white stripes that make you look cool the best you can and comfortable. Okay, then what else do we have? We have image, of which I said we would handle later. Then we have the categories here. So for the categories in here, I'm gonna go back, and then over here I can create the categories here, and then inside we are going to have an array, and then the array is going to be so what is the first category that we will deal with? So let's say shirts for now, shirts. Then what other category do we have? Urban. Okay, so we have urban. Okay, then what other thing? So we have the size, the color, and the price. Size, color, and the price. So the size here, we can set the size. You can set the size to be extra large. Then we can come here and say that the color and the price. Okay, so we need to make sure that there's a uniform in cases, so I'll change this to just price like this. So the color and the price. Okay, so you have color. The color is going to be green. Okay, and then the price is going to be $24. Okay, I mean, since a string, yeah, $24. Okay, so now that we have this inside our postman, what we can do is I can just send. Okay, so but before we send, we need to make sure that we are passing our auth, right? And obviously the auth here isn't the same thing at the product side, so let's just copy this, go to the product side, go to authorization, and then go to bearer token, and then just paste it here. Then we come back and then save. Then when we send, we should be able to get the products that were created. So we have a new product with the category shirt urban. Then we have the ID with the title, the description, the size, the color, the price. Okay. Alright, so basically this is just a quick overview of how to create basically any new item inside the database. Let us go into the database and verify if it has been created. Okay, so I think okay, so it's here. Alright, so as you can see, the product has been created exactly with the values that we provided in Postman. Okay, so we are continuing with the project, and like I said before, we are obviously going to be continuing with image upload, because at the moment what we can do at the moment is to just create products into our database like we have in here inside a mongodb compass. Okay, so yeah, so basically for us to be able to work with the, let me open my compass real quick. For us to be able to work with the mongodb with our backend, for us to create the image upload functionality, we need to be able to know the tools that we are going to use. Now we are going to use Malta, and then the second tool we are going to use is Cloudinary. So when you're able to sign up for Cloudinary, that is if you don't have an account, right, and you sign in, you should be able to come to the dashboard and see these details: your cloud name, your API key, and your API secrets. Right now, if you're someone that is going to be watching my video way in the future, you know, whereby my video is a bit too old, but you still want to learn about the MERN stack, basically you're going to have to go through the docs. You're going to have to go through the docs, and yeah, I think then when you go to the docs, you can you can just copy and paste the whole thing in the docs, right, to an AI, like find, and then the AI would basically just, you know, give, I mean, you, after you copy and paste it, you give it the prompt that it should help you create an image upload for your MERN backend, and then it should help create that for you, especially using what is inside the current documentation at that time, right? So yes, I mean, right now I already understand what is inside this documentation, and I know how to implement it myself, so I don't have to do that. But in case that's the case for you, you can just do that as a quick trick to solve your problem. Okay, so without talking too much, let's just get right into the image upload. Okay, so like I said before, these are the three things that you need: your cloud name, your API key, and your API secrets, right? I'm gonna go back to the code. Okay, so this is our Ecommerce code, and then what we want to do right now is I want to come to the server folder, and then we want to create a folder. We want to create a folder called utils, or utility, however we want to call it. So inside the utils, let's create a file called cloudinary.js. okay, so we have cloudinary.js in here. Now inside cloudinary.js, we are going to have to import certain files or certain packages for us to be able to use or set up our Cloudinary for, or set up our projects for image upload. Okay, so in order for us to do that, we need to install these packages first. Let me open the terminal. I'm opening the terminal real quick. Let me clear it up. Control L clears it up, and then I'm going to cd or change directory into my server, and then I would hit npm start. Npm start should open that up for us. Okay, so npm start helps us start the server, and then we can already, when I created this split terminal, we already in the server directory, so no need to do it again. So over here, let's install our files, our packages, right? So npm I, the first thing you're going to install is Cloudinary, obviously. So Cloudinary, npm I Cloudinary, and then we are going to install Malta as well. And then let's not forget our Cloudinary storage. So Cloudinary storage. Okay, so yeah, I mean, we would install Cloudinary storage, but or let's like we will get Cloudinary storage out of a Malta Cloudinary package, right? So let's write the actual name, which is Malta storage Cloudinary. Okay, then inside this package you'll get the Cloudinary storage. So npm I Cloudinary Malta storage Cloudinary. Okay, so we would install these packages. Let me try to connect to the database while the packages are being installed. Okay, let's check through. Okay, still in the process. Okay, I think the packages are installed now. So first of all, what we want to do is we want to create a variable and require Cloudinary inside that variable. So require then Cloudinary dot v2 no Cloudinary dot v2. So you are getting the version 2 of Cloudinary. Okay, and then the next thing is we create another variable, and then inside that variable we are going to get our Cloudinary storage, like I said. Okay, so Cloudinary storage. Okay, we're going to get that module out of this package, the Malta Cloudinary package. So we'll get that Malta storage Cloudinary. Okay, now that we have this, we want to also import Malta by itself. Okay, on its own. And then we have Malta. Okay, all right, now that we have this, let's call our Cloudinary package and then pass in some methods. All right, so I'm going to say cloudinary.config. okay, then inside we'll create this object with the keys and values. So we would say that the cloud name is going to be, so let's put them in our env files so that we know we are safe. Okay, env, then I'll say cloud name should be the env variable name. Okay, then we would come again to bring out the API key, and then we would say process dot env dot cloud API key. Then we come down again, and then we use the API secret, and I would say process dot env dot cloud API secret. Okay, all right, now that we have these three objects in there for our Cloudinary configuration, we want to now create a storage section or temporary storage section, whereby you're going to store these things and then pass them on to the server, and then they are finally passed on into the database. So I'm going to say const storage is equal to new cloudinary storage. New cloudinary storage is going to be equal to cloudinary, and then I'm going to create another key here, which is the params, and then inside we are going to have an object that is going to be the first one, which is the folder. Now, where are we getting these folders from? Okay, where are we getting these folders from? I'm going to show you that in a second. So let me also come here and then say resource type. Okay, resource type, and then I'm going to set that to an image. Okay, if it's a video, you just take this out and put in video. But if it's an image, of course, which it is an image, you just switch it to image. And then the last thing that we have in there is our public ID, and then our public ID is basically going to be sort of like a function that is going to be taking a request and a file argument, and then it's so we could like have, you know, this, but let's just pass it on straightforward like that. So we would say computed file name using what requests. Okay, now that we have this one in there, we want to be able to export all these functions so that we can use them in our routes, right? So how do we do that? We want to, before we do that, we create our parser, okay, because that is what is going to make that is what is going to take the objects or the image object you are passing and make it something that can be received by the server and then sent into the cloudinary the cloudinary storage, where we can actually get the image back as a link, okay, or as a string. Okay, so I would create this object inside and I'll name that storage, and then we pass in the storage that we created here. We pass in that storage as its value. Okay, then right after that we module.exports. okay, then what are we exporting? We are exporting cloudinary, and then we are exporting what? The parser. Okay, now that we have that, let us go into the routes. Okay, we already have, so inside the product route here, we can import the parser so that we can handle that image that it will receive. So we just call the parser, then we require the parser from the utils folder, and then cloudinary.js. okay, so now that we have the parser, in between here we can set after we verify admin, we can now say that after we verify admin, we can basically passing a parser, right? So we'd say parser.single, okay, because it's taking just one image file. So parser.single, and then we passing what? An image. Okay, so basically this name is what you'd use as the value when you're testing or you're sending your product into the database, or you're creating a new product. You would understand that in a second. So let's make this product image, right, so that we understand it even much better. So this is product image, and then alright, now that we have this, let's go back into where the parser exists, or our cloudinary file, And then I said I was going to talk about the folder here, that folder that we used here basically. So what I'm going to do is, let me open Chrome. Okay, then when we go into, I think it's this one, the media library. When we go into the media library, okay, when we go into the media library, we should be able to have a bunch of folders that we can work with. Okay, I don't know why the internet seems to be slow. Okay, so this is the folder section. So as you can see, I've had like a number of folders in here. So we have neurofeed, we have infood media, we have here first, right? So what we can do is, I just have to create like a new folder in here, and the folder name, I'm gonna give it YT Ecommerce. I'm gonna give that YT Ecommerce shop. YT Ecommerce shop. Oh, what is wrong? Okay, then I'll save that. Okay, so I copied the name, and then I just have to come to VS Code and paste the name in here. But let's not forget, even though we use process.env over here, we do not have our values inside the env file, obviously. So what we want to do is, I'm going to my Cloudinary storage in my Chrome, and then I'm going back to the dashboard just so I can go and get my values. Okay, so this is the dashboard loading up, and we should have the values coming out pretty soon. Okay, so this is the cloud name. So I copy the cloud name, and then I put it in here. I'm gonna put the cloud name in here. Okay, I'm gonna put the cloud name here. I'm gonna go back to Chrome, and I'm going to copy my API key, and I'm gonna put it in here. And then over here, my API secret, I'm going to copy that. Oh no, my API secret, I'm gonna copy that and put it in here. Okay, then what I can do is, I can go back to my file and then copy the names of each of the env variables and cloud name. So for cloud name, we have this. Then for cloud API key, we copy this and then we put it in here. And then for the cloud secret, API secrets, so we have this, we copy that and then we put it in here. Okay, all right, so let us go back into the product route here. All right, so we can see that this is the product image that we named here, but I was starting to think differently. I need to verify the name that we have in here. So let's go to product model, and then as you can see, we have the image, we have just image here. So we need to just go back here and then change this. Change this to image, right? Let's change this to image so we stay on the safer side. And then I would go to the product controller here, and then as you can see over here, we back in our previous video, we actually just passed items to the body of JSON inside our postman, and then we just created objects inside, or we just created documents inside the database. Let's go to the e-commerce MERN. We have use and product, so we have the product. So as you can see, we just passed this in, and we don't even have the image part here, because I said we were going to we were going to implement the image upload here. So as you can see, this one doesn't have an image, but this one is definitely going to have it. So how do we fix this? I'm obviously going to cut this off, and then I'm going to create an object, and I'm going to spread the object and say request.body. Okay, request.body, obviously. Then inside this request.body here, I'm going to say something like image. Okay, so the image objects that we have in here, this image object that we have in here is going to be what are we going to pass inside? We are going to take the request.file.path. okay, and then that should be able to get us that should be able to get us the image URL that we use to create the image upload inside the database. Okay, so now that we have that, you see everything is correct. What we can do now is to go into Postman and test our product, or test our endpoint. Okay, so we already know the route here. Okay, and we've already set that up inside our Postman. Okay, so we have to set that up over here. Oh no. Okay, so let's go to the products, create products. Okay, create products. I didn't look at this, very sorry. Okay, then we change this to form data, and then we set that up one more time with the title, description, and then what else, the image, and then we have the categories, then we have the size, then what else, we have color, and we have price. Okay, then for the image we set that to file. Okay, then we say test title, then test description, then I'll take like a test image somewhere around here. I'll take just this one. Okay, then I would add, let's categorize. So I'll just say test category, and then for the size I'll say extra, double extra large, and then I'll say the color, let's make that green, and then for the price, let's make that the $75 that we had. So 75. Okay, now that we have this set up, I am going to send. Okay, and then we should have, okay, so as you can see, the product has been created successfully, and then we have the new product and its information here, and then obviously you can see the image here. So if I hold command and click on it, you can see it has opened this image for us, so we can use that in our front end, obviously. Yeah, so basically that's it for creating or managing implementing your image uploads inside your MERN backend. Okay, so but before we do anything else, or before I close or end the video, I want us to go back to the product section, the product model, and then let's change this to number. Yes, let's change this to number. That is going to give us much more freedom when we are trying to manipulate the data in a database in the future. Okay, and then yes, in the future test that we are going to perform on our product model, we are going to be inputting number inside this space. Okay, so I'll go to Postman and change this to a simple $75 type thing. Yeah, so I could go here and then delete this. Let's delete this product that we have in here. Let's delete this product. Okay, let's delete this, and then I would create a new one. Okay, alright, then we have the price in here. Okay, that's some good news. And so yeah, so basically this is a video that is teaching or making it very simple to upload images into or handle image upload inside your Marin backend. I really appreciate that you've been able to sit through till the end of this video, and so we want to move on to the next thing, that is updating our product, right? So in order for us to be able to update our product, let's create a new variable, say update product. So update product is going to be an asynchronous function, and it's going to be a request response, and then we are going to create the error section, and then we have our try catch block as usual. We are going to login, we are logging our errors, okay, and then we're going to create a response status. We want to create a response status 500, and then a JSON object. And then inside the JSON object we have the message key, and then the value saying product was an error occurred updating product. Okay, and then under here we have the error object, and then we are going to say error dot message, right? Okay, so now that we have this, let us now create a function for updating the product. So we are going to say const updated product is equal to await. Then we pick up the product model that we called here up here, then we say dot find by ID and update. Okay, so we just select this one, and then we inside this method, what are we going to pass in? We are going to first of all pass in the request dot params dot ID. Okay, then we bring the comma, and then the second argument is basically going to be what we are doing inside, or the type of action that we are performing inside that model or inside that collection, right? And then we are saying we want to set, or we want to update the value, right? Now what value are we updating? Okay, then that is going to be whatever we pass into the request body. Okay, then we are going to come here, and then for the last argument we are going to pass in the object new, and then we are going to set that to true. Okay, the reason why we are doing this is because if we just do this section without adding a new is equal to true or something like that, we wouldn't be able to output the immediate result of the updated product, right? So we need to add that so that we don't run into any complications in the future. Okay, so once you're able to do that, let us send that back as a response. Okay, so res.status 200, and then JSON object, and then we'd say that we want to send a message that says product has been updated successfully. Okay, and then here we would say that what updated product, okay. So now that we have set this up, we've been able to set this up, let us export it. So update product, then we would go to the product routes, and then we would duplicate this, then we'll make this, we'll set this to a put. Okay, we'll set that to put, and then over here we could change the image while trying to we could change an image while trying to update it. So we can leave this, and then yes, still verify admin. And so over here we can just say updated product, oh sorry, update product, actually update product. So basically when we go to localhost, the localhost 4000 and we go to let's go to the routes file, yes, and we go to product and we make that a put request, we should be able to update any value inside the database or inside the product collection in the database. So now that we set up the update products, we want to go into the next thing and the next controller. Yes, and of course let's not forget ID, because we don't forget we took the request.params.id, so let's not forget to pass in our ID. Okay, then let's now move on to delete. Okay, let's now work on delete basically. So I'm going to come here, and then we would have to create a delete controller or a delete functionality for the product. So I'll copy this and I'll paste that here. They're very similar, so no need to stress that much about them. So I'll just hold this, then what else? I think I'll hold this. Okay, then I'll change them to delete. So deleted product has been deleted successfully, and then I'll say deleting deleting your product. And what else? Yes, so what I'll do here is I'll just have to clean this, including this comma, and then let's cut this off so the code becomes clean. Okay, then over here you have to change it to find by ID and delete. Okay, so request.params.id, and then we delete. So over here we are just going to pass in deleted products. Okay, that is if we want to see the products that we deleted. Okay, but usually it doesn't matter if you see the product you deleted. So yes, you can just even clean this, you can clean this out and just await your deleted products in general. Okay, so now that we know this, or now that we know how this one works in general, we want to be able to export the function so we can use it in our route as usual. Okay, so what we are going to do right now is I'm going to come down here and I'm going to export this. Okay, so we can delete we can export the delete product here. Okay, I hope I'm not getting any errors because I can see some things. Let's go into the problem section and see. It says what honestly let us run our project to see what is going on. So I'm going to say cd server, and I'm going to say npm start. See if you're going to get an error inside our terminal. Okay, yes, so this is the issue. Let's take it off. There was an issue here. Okay, so now that we've been able to export it, let's go into our product section and copy paste this. Okay, then let's change this to a delete. Okay, and then over here, okay, you should be able to delete by an admin. And then what else? We are taking this off, obviously. Okay, then yes, so an admin should be able to delete the product. So we are going to set this to delete product. I should import it automatically, and then we can now move on to the next one, which is get product. Okay, so let's go back to the product controller, come here and then continue. So moving on to getting just one product, we can basically just say const get product, gets product. As usual, it's an asynchronous function taking a request response, then with the error function, and then we have a try catch block. We have a try catch block here, and then we are logging out the we are logging it out in the console, and obviously we have the status 500. Okay, then we have JSON object having a message of I mean, if you get your product, you should be able to get it successfully. I mean, like, you getting the product is successful. So yeah, I don't think, let me just console log or respond to the error message. I think that's what we would need basically. Okay, so over here, what we can do is we can create you can basically create a variable called product, and then we are going to await this product by calling the product variable that we took from the top here, the product model, then dot find by ID. Okay, because you're going to pass it through the params. So request dot params, okay, dot ID. Don't forget, we are getting this ID from here, request dot params this. So let's change this to get. Okay, this is the params dot ID. So this is the ID that we're getting from the parameters, and then you don't need to verify anybody when you're trying to get just one product, right? We'll change this in a bit. So let me just take this off and then go back. Then once we're able to await this product and store it inside this variable, we should be able to respond it to the client. So say rest the status 200 is equal to JSON, then product, obviously. Then we can now export. So get product, we go back into a product route and just get one product. So get product. Okay, now we can get all products. Okay, we can get all the products that we need. We can take this off. Okay, we can set this to get products, of which we are now about to create. Okay, so what we can do to get all products is basically something a bit advanced, I mean, for beginners, but it's not that advanced. I mean, at the end of the day, I've already explained querying in one of our previous videos, so this one should be pretty easy to walk through. Okay, so what we'll do right now is I'm going to this part. Okay, I go into the product Then I'm going to create a new, so I'm going to say create product, and then I'm going to, so it's an asynchronous function as usual, request response with the arrow section. And then what do we have? We have our try catch block as usual. So I mean let's just copy this. Let's just copy this and paste it in here, and let's remove this section. Okay, so what we can do is we can basically create, so we can say now inside our get all products controller function, we want to get products in two different ways, right? We want to get the latest products. Okay, we want to be able to get the latest products, and at the same time we want to be able to get the products by its category. Okay, so how are we going to do this? I'm going to say latest, and I'm going to say so I'm going to let's say latest queue, or okay, let's put a queue here. Okay, latest queue or queue latest, and then we'll say request dot query, okay, should be from latest. Okay, and then we can create the one for category, say queue cats. Okay, queue category is much more safer, and then we take it from the request dot query dot category, and then what we're going to do is we're going to create a variable where we can manipulate, okay, or we can switch its values based on certain if statements, okay, just like what we did up here somewhere. No, not up here. I think that would be for another controller that we did back. I don't know if is it users. Yeah, we did it for users somewhere here. Okay, so just like how we're able to perform certain if statements here, or certain conditional statements. So this is basically a ternary operator used to perform conditional statements. We are going to perform something very similar to that over here. Okay, so what we're going to do is I am going to come here, and then I'll create this manipulatable variable, say product. Okay, so let's product here be equal to, what is it? So here we are going to say that if it's queue latest, okay, if it's queue latest, we want to do something here, right? We want to take this product variable that we stated here, and then we want to assign this value to it. What value are we assigning? We want to await the product variable, the product model dot what find, okay, but we are not just finding it. Since we are trying to find the latest product, okay, we can sort it out by the time that they were created. So we can say created at, okay, they are created at dates, and then we just reverse it. Okay, so it becomes, I mean, since mongodb arranges the products from top to down, when you reverse it -1, it takes the products from down to top, so we obviously get the latest product. And then we can set the limit. You can set the limit to, I mean, looking at the number of items in a database, we can set the limit to 3 or 2. Let's do 1 for now. Or let's do 3 something. I think, yeah, we can do 3. I mean, we can still manipulate things as we go. So else if we check the request coming through, and then we realize that the user is trying to filter the items by category, or is trying to search for an item based on its category, we can pick up this. Okay, let me charger should okay, so we plug my charger. Okay, so product, we assign a weight, then we assign what the product here, the product model, and then we say find the product by category. Okay, we want to find the product by its category. So inside we are going to pass in this object and call the category field that we have inside our model, category fields that we have inside our model, and then inside we pass in another function. Okay, so we say that in this product we want to since this is going to be an array, we can now pass in the user's query the user's query, which is q category, right? So okay, let's use camel case. That is much safer. Camel case, I think that's like standard. So okay, so now that we have made these changes, we want to say, or else if the user is not trying to filter out any item and is just trying to get all the products, we can just assign this value to that variable, say product, and then we are going to await all the products without any filters. So just find them and bring them out basically. Okay, then what we can do finally is we can respond, we can send this product as a response to the client. Okay, so rest.status 200, then we are going to say JSON products. Okay, but I mean we're going to send that as an object, so product. Okay, alright, so what we can do now is let's export it. So I'll say get product, and then inside our product route.js we can import it. Okay, it should be here, get product, and it's okay. So now that we know this, we can go out and go and test. We can go and test what we have. So okay, why is it not turning into a function? I guess we'll do that later, but let me check. Let's make sure that there are no errors. Okay, as database is connected, let's open up Postman. Alright, so we enter Postman and we want to test the functionalities that we were able to write not long ago. So inside this product section, I would like to create actually I would want to duplicate this. I'll duplicate this real quick, and then I would change this to get product. Yeah, let's just get a product. So I'll change this to get product, and then I'll make this request a get request. Okay, then as usual we're going to pass the product ID here. Okay, no need to pass anything into the body, no need to pass anything through the body. So I can just clean this up, and then we can get just one product. Okay, so we're going to go into mongodb compass, and then I would get this ID. I'm copying this and I'm going to place it here, place it here, and then I would send, and then we should be able to get our product here. Okay, now let's update our product. As you can see, we have this price in string, and in our previous video I talked about us changing this, so we can now update it with our new update endpoint, right? So we can basically duplicate this one again, and then we can turn this into a put. So we can turn this to put, and then we can set the ID. We can set the ID to this one, this particular product's ID. Okay, we can set that here. Then what else can we do? We can come to the body, and then instead of changing these, I can just clean all of these. Okay, I can just clean all of these, and then pass in the price, and then so instead of $24, we can just put in 24. Okay, put in 24. Let's save. I'm going to change this to update product. Update your product. Okay, then let's send. Okay, so as you can see, this is the new price that we are getting. If we go into mongodb and we refresh, we should see the new price here. Okay, so we have been able to update. Now we can get all products now. Okay, so let's duplicate this, and then let's set this to get product. Okay, then we can, okay, so get products, then no need to pass in any IDs. Okay, no need to pass in anything through the body. What we can do here is we can just send. Okay, so when we go back into our get products and get products, over here with the get products as in all of them, you can see that we are passing in certain conditions. Okay, and already we've been able to get just one product, so we know that this one works. Okay, so let's try this one. So certain conditions, I'm going to pass a condition based on the fact that we don't have any queries inside our links, right? And then that is going to give us all the products that we have in the products collection. Okay, so going back into Postman, I am going to just send, and then we should have all the products showing as we promised. And so, but before that, let's create extra products so that we can perform our queries. So I'm going to say something like Louis shirt. I'm going to say Louis shirt, and I'm going to set the category to urban classic. I'll say elegant. Okay, let's just do urban classic basically, and then I would change the price here to, let's say, 200, and then I would send. Okay, so we've been able to create this. Then let's create something like Adidas sweatpants, and then I'm going to change this to urban and workout. Let's make this workout. Okay, so urban workout, and yeah, okay, then let's save. Okay, so we have new products inside the database, up to 4 products. Okay, and we set our limit to, let's check, we set our limit to 3. Okay, so let's see. I want to create one more product and change this whole, so I'm going to say something like elegant and classy. This is classy, not classic, so we can change this to Saint Laurent jacket. All right, Saint Laurent jacket. Okay, then we can create this products as well. Okay, now we have 5 products inside the database. We can now go and get the products here. So let's get the products, all products. So we have all the products here as we promised. Then we are going to query out the products. Now looking at how we are passing in the query, I bring my question mark, then I'll say latest, and I'll set that latest to true, because that's the condition that we set here, that if latest is set to true, then it sorts them out, bring out the latest one according to the dates that they were created, right? So we should have the items being queried out from top to down. So we'd see Saint Laurent jacket first. So let's try. Oh, I think I didn't spell this well. Okay, now we should see Saint Laurent coming. So yeah, now that we've been able to do this, let us test the second condition. So the second condition said, or if you're passing in a category, right, and then a category is found inside one of the categories inside the collection, let's bring that out. Okay, or let's bring that product inside that category. So I'm going to first of all pass in urban, since most of the products have urban in them. So you can see here we have what's the category section? Okay, so we have elegant and classy, we have urban and workout, and then we have urban and classic. So I'm going to pass in urban, and then we're going to get all the products that have urban in it. So let's pass in urban. Okay, no. So here we're going to set that to category. Okay, then we'd send. Okay, that's a bit weird. Okay, category. Okay, spellings are correct. Okay. One second, let's go back into a database and check how the tags are. So we have this, okay, we have this, okay. So basically 2 items in an array, we have 1 item in the array, we have 1 item in the array, but there's supposed to be 2, and then I think that's the same case for this section. Okay, so I think I know what is going on here. So basically you see, when we come into create products, because of the image upload, we had to use form data to create the objects inside the database, right? And then thinking that we would separate these bad boys and then they would automatically separate as 2 separate arrays was actually such a bad idea, because at the end of the day the form data basically took everything the way it was given, right? So in this case, we have to, the only way we can fix this is to go into our create product, and then we are going to create this variable here, and then we say const categories, right? So for the categories array, for the category, for the categories array, we're going to say, in case there's a request.body dot category, okay, request.body for categories, we want to send we basically want to send the body of the category, but we would separate them, right? We would separate them with a split method. Okay, separate them with a split method and a comma. So with a split method, you can just put in the comma, or else if that's not what we are getting, you can just pass in an empty array. Okay, now that we've been able to set this up, we can, so right under this section we can put in categories and then pass in this category variable that we have up here. Okay, so once you're able to do that, when we open up Postman, let's go back to our database and delete all these new data that we have in here. We can delete all these bad boys we have here. Okay, removing. Okay, so yeah. Okay, the network. Okay, I don't know why. I think the network. Let's refresh this. Let's refresh this. Okay. Okay, so we're refreshing, and then we should have the products here. Okay, so we are back. I refreshed it, and then we have the products here. Let's delete the products that we have. Let's delete these products. Okay, so we already have this orange jacket set up. I would create the products. Okay, let's save. So we have. Okay, let's create the product one more time. Once it's connected, can create. Okay, so let's create the product. Okay, then I can change this to sweatpants. So I could, Adidas sweatpants. So Adidas sweatpants, and then I would say urban, and I would say workout. I would say workout. Right, so workout. And I'll set this. No, I don't want that. Okay, let's just create. Okay, so we have that also, and then let's have Louis shirt. Louis shirt. Then I would say that this is classy. okay, I'll say vintage, yeah, obviously vintage and classy, and then I would set the price to 75. Okay, then I would say red, let's spice things up a bit. Red, and I'll create. So as you can see, the items are being divided, over here. So when we go back and we get all the products, we should be able to see them separated like they should be. Okay, there's a little bit of a problem here. Let's fix that problem. Let's refresh. Let's fix this problem really quick. I think the Adidas sweatpants is going to give us some problems, so let's fix that. Okay, and let's update. Alright, so now that we have this, we can now filter the items out. So urban, okay, so urban here, and then what else do we have? We have so we are going to query them out with vintage. So if I say vintage, we should have this. All right, so basically we can now filter out our items based on the category, and it works fine. It should work just fine. Okay, so we want to move on to creating the CRUD operations for the rest of our items that we have, like for the cart and the order. Okay, so let's create for the cart. I'm going to create a cart dot controller .js. Then okay, I want to make that. Alright, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the product controller, and I'll copy everything here, drop it into the cart controller. Then what we'll do is over here, obviously we might still want to change the categories depending on the basically depending on the file path, and all these things count, right? But okay, for this one, for the products in the cart, we are not going to pass in the file path. Okay, so for that we can just take that out. And then for the categories, they're obviously going to be given to us as an array. I mean, since it's coming from the database, so we can basically take that out, and then we can clear this as well. So what we can basically do here is to just clear all of this and take it from the request.body. If there are any changes that we need to make in the future, we'd obviously come and make it, so no need to worry. And then we just have to change this to cart. Okay, so this is going to be cart.model, .js. Okay, so I should be able to go there. Okay, cool, I can. So I'm going to change this section also to cart. Okay, so I'm going to select this, then I'm going to select this as well, and I'm going to select this as well, and then no, so I'm selecting this, and this. Okay, and then I'm going to select this too, this as well, and what else? And this, so that everything becomes uniform. So I change this to cart, and then we should have create cart, new cart, and then we have the cart. So let's make this a capital C so that we use this cart. Okay, so now that we know this, we can now highlight this section, then we would highlight this section as well, then we would highlight which other section? This section too. We'll highlight this section, highlight this section, and highlight this section. Then we just change it to cart. Okay, so let's go to delete. Delete is also going to highlight this section. Let's not make no mistakes. So I'm gonna highlight this section. I'll highlight this section as well, highlight this section as well, and then I would highlight this section as well. Then what else am I going to do? Over here, okay, over here I can come and perform the same thing. That we can highlight this section, highlight this section too, which section again? Okay, yeah, then we change it to a cart. Okay, so for here I'll make this cart, say cart items. So I'll make this cart items, or cart item, yeah, cart item. Okay, then I would come here. So for the get all carts, we do not need all these things, right? We do not need all these things, so I can just take all these things out, and then I would say that I want to get to const cart items, then I would say await cart dot find, then I'm going to pass in cart items here. Cart, okay, so get cart. Okay, so let's change this to get cart item, and then we can change this to get cart items. Okay, get cart items, that should be fair. Okay, then what else can we do? Okay, now that we have, okay, we have delete, we have all these ones working as they should. Okay, so what we can do now is we can just export them. So we can take this section, take this, take this, and basically just write cart to replace them, and then take this one and this one and make them cart item. Okay, so we have them. We can go into the routes here. We can create routes for them, so we can have the carts, dot routes dot js, and then in here we can take this section basically, and we can put them inside the cart routes here. And then I can just take this out. We would import them by ourselves. We don't need this. Then we would use verify token. Okay, then we would create a cart. Create a cart here instead. Then what else would we do? We want to clear up all these bad boys here. then we'll say verify token as well. Then we'll update cart. Okay, then what else do we want to do? Okay, what else do we want to do? We want to also delete the cart by verifying token as well. So verify token and then delete the cart. Okay, and then for trying to get a cart, we can just leave them, or we can actually verify a user before getting the cart for that particular user. I mean, if there are any changes, we'll definitely do them in the future, but for now I think it makes sense to verify a user before getting the cart. So get cart item. Okay, and then here we would want to verify token and get cart items. Okay, all right, so now that we have this, we are going to go into our routes side, and then we would make sure that we are using, so we'll take carts in lowercase. Then let's come here and change this section to cart. Okay, let's check my microphone. Okay, it works well. Then now that, okay, works well. So I am basically going to create the last one for the, what else here? I think for the order. So for the order, what we can do is we can go into the cart and then basically copy everything here, create an order controller, .js, and then I'll paste it here. Then what we'll do is we just change the order to order, then we change this to order, then we copy this. Okay, why are we getting cart here? Let me check on the cart. Okay. So order, so we change this and change this, 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 change this. Okay, so we change this. Okay, what else are we changing? We changed this section. Oh, I think I messed up, but I'm going to skip this part and I'll just change everything and then we'll just come back to it, right? So let's skip this part. I'll just change everything. It's basically copy and paste actually, so I'll just, you know, change everything. New order, okay, new order. I just change this to order period. I just change this to new order. Okay, then order, change this to order. Just change this also to order. And what else are we changing? I'm going to change this to order, and I'll change this to order. Then what else? I'll change this to order, and then what else am I changing? I'm going to come here and change this also to order. I'm going to change this to order and change this to order. Okay, then what else can I change to order? This can change this to order. I can change this to get order, and change this to order. Actually, change this to order. And what else? I could change this to order as well. Order. So what else can I do here? I can say get orders, order, and orders. I can do the orders here, and I can also change my orders here. Okay, so when we come here, we can create order, update order, delete order, get order, and get orders. Okay, if there are any changes, we'll come back and make them. So let's just create them here. So I'm going to go into my routes and create a route for the orders. So I'll say order.js, order.routes.js, okay, order.route.js. Then obviously what we did for cart, we can basically do the same thing. Okay, but I think I'd rather use product. Okay, so okay, but cart seems more simple, so yeah, let's use cart. Let's use that for order. Oh no, I mistakenly copied again. Start for order. Okay, so we can just clear this part. We can just clear this part. And then over here we can say create order, update order, delete order, get order, and get orders. But for the updating of the order, we want to verify if the person is actually the admin. Okay, and then for deleting orders, we can just verify token for now. Okay, then for getting orders, we can just get, okay, but I think every order depends on the user, right? So getting user orders basically, and then getting that. So okay, so we can just verify token for all these ones, and then for uploading or for creating the orders, yes, so for updating the order for the admin, he can do that. Okay, so now that we have all these things set up, let's clear these bad boys because we don't need them right now. Alright, so basically now that we have this, I'd want us to go back and then make our quick changes, the quick changes that we need to do to the rest of our models. So basically, if we want to find by ID here, we would want to find just we want to get the user order, right? We don't want to just get the orders. I just had to pass through because I just wanted us to make sure that we had things set up, then we'd not come and make the changes. So we can now set this up and say user order. So get user order, and then we can get orders. So what we can do here is to say that we take the user ID. So we search for the user ID through the request.params.id, obviously. Then we would come here and change this to get user orders, okay, or get user order, right? Then we export that and then come into our order routes, and then we'd set that up, say get user order. And then what we would do here is, let's clear this, we don't need it. Then we would go into the cart and then we'll do the same thing. So instead of saying get cart item, we'd want to get user cart item, okay? We want to get user cart item because it's every user that is going to create a cart. And then we copy that, and we would go into the cart controller, and then yes, over here we need to also change this section. And then so over here we can just copy get user card item, and then we would replace it here, okay. Alright, so once we're able to do that, we go into the cart route, and then I'll just change this, just replace this with it, okay. So basically these were the simple changes that we had to make, and yes, as long as we are done with this, we can now move on to the next part. And let's go into the main routes file and make sure that our server recognizes that route, and then we'll name that orders and do that order routes. Sorry, it would sorry, so I'll do that order routes and order routes, order routes. So okay, so this should be a basic setup for CRUD operations, and in the next part, or the next part of the series, we'll be going into advanced MongoDB functions, or advanced MongoDB methods that we are going to be using to perform certain MongoDB queries. Okay, so we are going to be doing a whole bunch of statistical data collection from our database. So if I'd really be happy if you'd be available for the next video to get to understand how exciting this thing works in general. We're basically going to work on one of the advanced MongoDB operations that you can perform, that is collecting statistics. And in this video, we are basically going to try to get the user's monthly income in general, okay. So but before we do any of that, I would like us to add or correct one more thing inside from our previous video. So I'm gonna go into the card and the order, the card and the order. So where we are getting the card, a user card, we have to find one, and then we find one with the user ID. Find one with the user ID. Don't forget to put this in your curly braces, and then with the with the order. Okay, I can get the order on here. So with the get user order, you find one. You find one. Yeah. So now that we have this, we should be able to work with the rest of them. I think because I was copy and pasting, so I wasn't checking how things were going. So yeah, okay, so let's move on to the next one, which is obviously the advanced mongodb function that we want to perform. Okay, so we're basically going to do that inside the orders controller. So over here we want to try to get the user's monthly income, right? So how are we going to do that in general? Now how you're going to do that in general is to basically create a function. Okay, so how is our function going to look like? Okay, so now let's create our function. So we are going to say const what get user or get monthly income, monthly income. Okay, and then it's obviously going to be an asynchronous. It's obviously going to be an asynchronous function, and then I would now open it up, and then what are we going to do? You're going to create a try catch block as usual, and then here we are going to log out the error. Okay, and then over here too, you're going to say rest status 500, and then we're going to set this JSON message, to an error occurred while creating while getting user monthly income. Okay, so now that we have this, let us quickly run through the logic of how we are going to do things here. So what we want to do is basically get the date object, obviously, and then after getting the date object, we want to make sure that we know last month and the previous month. Then we'll compare both last month and the previous month, take them out of the database, and then bring them out into its own group where we can actually use, right? So how do we go about that? Okay, so inside the get monthly income type thing, what we're going to do is, first of all, you need to get the date. So we'll store the date object, inside the date variable, like we did for the other analytics we did the other time. I think for the users, right? Yeah, so yeah, it's for the users, like something similar to that, right? Then where were we? I think order. So now that we have the date, we want to create a new variable. Say I want to take like I want to take the I would say last month, and I would equate that to new date, or I can just take so new date, and then we take this date dot set month, dot set month, and then we're going to open that up and then put in our date again, and then we are going to get the month, and then we're going to close that up and subtract from 1. Okay, then we move on to the next one, saying previous month. Previous month, we say that a new date is going to be created, and inside we are passing in a new date. Okay, and then we are it's outside of, so for of that new date that we are getting, I'm going to set month. I'm going to set month to last month dot get month. Okay, -1. Okay, so now that we have the last month, now that we have the date last month and previous month, we can now start with the actual analytics that we will perform. So we're going to say, so we are going to come here and say const monthly income is going to be equal to await order dot aggregate. So as usual, we use the aggregation pipeline. Then what do? We use our first method. So we want to move through the database and match all these ones. What are we matching? We are matching them through their created at. And then how are we doing that? Created at. And how are we doing that? We want to do that with the greet. So it needs to be what? It needs to be greater than the previous month, obviously. Previous month. So previous month, obviously. Okay. Then now that we have this, we want to now that we have this, basically we want to be able to take we want to be able to project, right? So where the projection is us creating like a sort of a new list, like a new list or something. And then so I'm going to come down here, and then I'll create this projection by saying that project. So project, then how are we doing that? How are we projecting them? We're going to create like a month field, in which that field we have, we are going to take inside that field we're going to take the same month. Okay, and then so we're going to take the month, and then we are going to take the created at that we had, right? So inside the month you're going to have the created at that we had, that is created at, and then we're going to group them with the data that we've been able to get. So over here we can group them, right? So we can create like this with the function group, and then inside we pass in the ID. And what are we doing with the ID? What is going into the ID? What is going into the ID is the list that we get from here, right? So month, okay, then right after it we have the total. So sum. So the total is going to be done with the sum method, and then we are going to pass in the sale. Alright, so yeah, so now that we have the sales, what we want to do is we want to go into Postman real quick, and then alright, so now that we have the sales, we want to go back into Postman and basically create an order, or we'll create 2 orders or 3 in general, and then we'll be able to bring out the statistics for them, and this, based on this aggregation that we'll perform, that is what we are going to display onto our admin dashboard type thing. So that's what we're going to do. So over here, just like the usual, we create a new folder, and then inside that folder we give it a name, and then what name are we going to give it? We are basically going to give it order. Okay, so we have order, but before we do that, as you can see inside our order here, we have not exported and used this function that we created. So what we are going to do is, over here we are going to export the function, so monthly income. So yeah, monthly income should be exported right now. Okay, I don't think I typed it right, or did I? Yeah, I did. Okay, so monthly income should be exported. Why is it giving me errors? Monthly income is not defined. I think I created monthly income inside a private scope. So what I'll do about that is, I want to come here and select it. I'll select the monthly income, I'll cut it out, so, and then I'll bring it outside here. Wait, what? Okay, I think this am I finding difficult? Alright, so cutting it, then I'll how? Okay, yeah, so it actually gets monthly income. Get monthly income. Okay, so get monthly income. So get monthly income. Yeah, sure. So now that we've been able to create this, we'll go into our order route, and then we would add one more thing here. So I would say I want to use, so let you just create this. Let's say router dot get, then we pass in the, so we say, so stats, or yeah, we say stats slash income, right? So once we're able to do this, we'll verify the admin, right? And then we would want to call monthly income in general. Okay, so monthly income. So now that we've been able to get it, we should be able to use it by closing this section, and yeah, and this one. Okay, so let's go back into Postman. I think, yeah, let's go back into Postman and create, so we need to create an order. Okay, and so for that we can like add a request, and then we'll make that a post request, and inside that we know we have base URL. So base URL is going to take order. Let me check and make sure that, okay, so for the order, it's orders, so orders, and then inside the order route we have stats, then slash income. So orders, and then stats slash income. Okay, so we have this now, and then inside, no, not that yet, we need to create. So just orders, and it's a post request, right? So we can just create. Okay, so we go into the body, and then we have raw and then JSON. So inside here we're going to call the user ID. So user ID, which user are we going to pick as ID? We need to take a user that has a verified admin ID. So I'm gonna so we have test user here. I'm sure by this time the token we would have would be expired, so let me copy this token, and then inside my order for authorization I can put that into the bearer token, and then we fill that in over here. Okay, so now that we have this inside our bearer token, we want to save that, and then we want to come here and create a post, right? So inside this post, inside the user ID, we want to have what exactly? So users here. Okay, so I'm going to pick out test boy. Okay, I think I can just pick that out from our login that we did here. So let's go to login and then pick that out from here. So copy. So over here we pass in the user ID, and then you now create this product, and then inside the product we are going to have the product ID here. Okay, then we're going to just write any product ID alright. Then over here we are going to pass in the quantity. So for the quantity we have 42 product and so now that we have that, we're going to create another object. We're going to create another object where we have product ID, and then we are basically going to write or put in anything, and then over here we have another quantity, and then we'd say something like 7 is cool. And then under here we are going to have to come up with the amount. Okay, and then the amount is 200. Okay, so under the amount we are going to come up with the address, and then the address should be Ghana. Okay, and then inside the next one we can have what exactly is in the next one, I forgot. So I will go into the order model, and yeah, I think status, but there's no need to add status because yeah, by default it will be pending. Okay, so what we can do is to just close out this comma and then create the order. Okay, so we have this new order being here. We have its ID, we have the user ID and address Ghana, yes, and yeah, obviously the products. Okay, so so let's go into our database and check. So I'm going to refresh this. I mean, I find it weird we are not getting we don't have anything inside the product. Okay, so let's fix that. Let's not use let's just come for actual products here and put them inside the ID. Put them inside the ID. And check here. So yeah, that was why it wasn't working, because I didn't get it. So obviously I contradicted the names here, and then yeah, I just fixed that here. So regardless of the IDs that we put in here, we should still get what we are looking for, right? So let's create that. Okay, now we have it, and let's create another one, changing the IDs here and changing the quantities a bit, and then yeah, change the quantities a bit, and yeah, and let's say the amount as well. Okay, then we create another one. We can do that one more time over here, and then change the quantities to, let's say 3, let's say 5, 6. Okay, then we say this is $43 or something, and then we create. So right now what we want to do is, I want to, for us to be able to get the monthly income for them, we are going to have to manipulate the dates over here. So over here you can see that we have 01. No, we'll go into the orders. Now you can see that we have 01. Let's delete this one. We have 01. So I'll set that to 12. I'll set that to 12. Set that to 2023. Okay. And over here we can leave it. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to create a new, okay, let's say this is create order, and save that. Then we'll create a new folder. Called what are we calling that? So we'll call that, oh, you don't need to create a folder, let's just create a request in here. So add a request, and then inside that request you're going to say that get monthly income. Okay, so inside get monthly income we pass in base URL. So base URL orders, then we are going to say stats slash income. Okay, then so stats slash income, we are basically going to now we can verify admin, so we can just send, and then we should get the statistics of, okay, there are no errors, so we should, okay, cannot get a response. Okay, let me refresh. Okay, yeah. So basically, the reason why we are not getting any response is because we didn't send a response back to the user. So we'll do that by saying res.status 200 .json, and then yeah, we can say message. The message is equal to income has been retrieved successfully. See, yeah, and then under here we can just pass the monthly income. Yeah, so let's try again. Okay, it seems you're getting an error here. It says res is not defined. Okay, yes. Forgot to put in request and response. Yeah, so now we can start again. Okay, that's weird. Alright, so as you can see, we are still not getting the monthly income that we are expecting. Let's go back to the code and check. Okay, so the previous month. Okay, so I think the problem might be coming from here. I think because you're creating the new dates, that's why. So what you can do is you can pass in last month instead, and okay. Okay, so for the sales, we are not getting the sales from anywhere. So over here, you're supposed to get it from, so you're going to say sales, and then the sales is going to be coming from the summation of the amounts, right? So I'm going to say amount and check through here. I think yeah, that should be it. So I'm going to send my get request. Okay. So yes, we now have these values. Okay, we now have these values. So yeah, I mean, since we came back to the database to come and change this value to 12 and 2023, that's why it was separated from the rest of the other ones that were inside January, right, 2024. So yeah, that is why we can see them here like that. Okay, and this should be the last part of backend or Node.js API for our e-commerce application. And in this part, we are basically trying to implement a payment system, and the payment system that we are going to use is Stripe, obviously. So right now, what I'm going to do is to basically create a new controller and name that stripe.controller.js. We could do that. Okay, we could do that by creating a new one here. Say stripe.controller.js. I think we should do that payment. Yeah, let's do that payment. So payments.controller.js. Then inside our payment.controller.js, we can say const stripe. Okay, const stripe is equal to our function, which is request and response, and then yeah, our function, open it up, and then we need a few packages, right? And a few packages we can use in here. Now, what are these packages? Let's split the terminal. I'm already inside the server directory, so no need to navigate into that side. So what are the packages that we need? We need Stripe. So I'm going to say npm I Stripe, then I install. Right now, while Stripe is installing, I want to go into the Stripe website and then
show you some of the things that we're going to be working with. Now, as you can see, when you go to sign in to your Stripe account or create an account as well, open it up, you should see a section here called developers or something. I mean, when time you go to the home, you should see the developers section. You just click on that and then it should take you. So I just clicked on it again, and then it should load up this thing here, this menu here, and then I'll just go to the API keys. So basically we have two keys. We have the publishable key and then we have the secret key, right? Now we need to understand that the publishable key is the one that we use on our front end, and the secret key is the one that we use on our back end, right? So how we're going to do this is, for the back end, we're going to install Stripe. Right now that we have Stripe installed, what we can do is we can go up here and then we can import Stripe. Okay, we can import Stripe, require Stripe from where? From Stripe. Okay, so require Stripe from Stripe. Now that we have Stripe required, we can do something. Now we have Stripe required, right? But at the end of the day, we're going to ask ourselves that where are we going to put our secret key, right? Or there'll definitely be a place where we use our Stripe secret key, right? Now that place is definitely this side. So I'll just create like this bracket right beside it, and then I'll just create a process.env stripe secret. I'm going to do stripe secret. So inside my stripe secret key that we are about to create, I'm going to copy that, and then I'll go into my env and I'll say stripe secret, and then so stripe secret. Then I'll go to the browser and then I'll copy this. So click to copy, and then inside which of them here, inside this one, just paste it. Okay, now we are working with our Stripe secret key. Let's go back to payment or controller. Okay, now that we have it in here working, what we are going to do is basically we are going to need a few things, right? We are going to need a token ID, and we're also going to need an amount, right? And then a currency. But the thing is that the token ID is going to be passed through the body from the front end, and the amount is also going to be passed through the body. I mean, since we are shopping, right? So it pretty much makes sense. Okay, and then the default currency we would use for now is the US dollars. So what we are going to do right now is I'm going to use this Stripe to create a charge, so charges, and then we would set this quick explanation up. So I'm going to say Stripe dot charges. Okay, Stripe dot charges, then we create our charge, right? So as you can see, we are supposed to make this a capital, so oh no, capital. So over here, when you bring your let me clean this out so you see. So over here, charges, right? Then you create the charge, then inside you have your first object, and then with a key of source, and then your source is taking something from the request.body. And what is it taking? It's taking the token ID from there. Then the next thing we are going to passing is the amount, and then the amount is obviously going to be taken from the request.body dot amount. Okay, now that we have this, we want to add the currency as I mentioned, and then the currency is going to be US dollars. Okay, now that we have USD inside, we're going to pass in our second argument. Our second argument is going to be a function, right? So what we can do is we can say error and we can say response. Okay, now inside the error and response, we want to say that if there's an error, right, let's do our if else conditions here. So if there's an error, right, we want to, if there's an error, we want to send a response back to the client, which 500, yeah, 500, and then it should be in the JSON format, and then that should be, it should receive the error, so it should send back the error. But if there is no error, then let's send back the response with the status 200.json. then we send the response. Alright, so basically the next thing we need to do is we export it. So module.export, then we say stripe, okay. So now that we've been able to export it, we'll come into our routes folder here, okay, our routes folder here, and then we'll create payment.routes.js, okay. And inside payment.route.js, what we'll do is we would import our express routes. So I'm going to say router dot require express, and then the router, it will initialize the router method. So express and then router, we'll call that out here, express router. And then inside the express router, like this, what we need to do is you're going to export it as usual. So module.exports, then we export the router as usual. So now that we've been able to work this out, what are we going to do? Let's create our route. So we are going to say that router.post, and then router.post is going to take the path of payment, and then we are going to say stripe, and then let's not forget that we need to make sure that it's recognized over here. So I can copy this and paste, so I can say payments, okay, I can say payments, okay. So I can actually set it to payments here, and then over here, when we go into the payment routes here, we can set that to just this, right? So over here we set that to just payments, and then let's copy this one real quick, and then we take this section, cut it off, and then we see what payment routes. Okay, now that we've been able to set this up, we should be able to use it inside our front end. I mean, someone would be like, test it with Postman, but no, testing with Postman is not a good idea. So you would have to stay tuned for the front end, right? So once we are done with setting up the front end, that's where we are going to implement it, right? And then yes, right after we are done implementing it on the front end, you would understand how it works in general. Okay, thank you very much for watching the tutorial to this very part, and I appreciate you for sitting through the complete backend Node.js API for our e-commerce application. I really appreciate it. I'll be happy if you dropped a subscription for me, you subbed and you liked the video, because that would help push the video to more people, and will do a little bit of good for my channel. Yes, thank you very much. All right, hopefully I'll see you in the next video series for the front end. Bye.